I am live, baby. That seems to be good enough. I'll say this. Gary, thank you for joining me. Sorry it took me a minute. It took me a minute to get the talk shoe in. But up and running now. So, this is the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am your host. 8 Wind is Timeless, also known as 8 Wind Eagle, Time Lord, and a bunch of other things. What's this in my pocket? Oh, a couple other things. I am the Galactical Daddy-O. I am sitting on my Terrace Pyramid Galactical patio, bringing the funk to each and every one of you. And this night, we're chewing on the Acid Blondie. And we're drinking Sam Adams Winter Ale. It has brewed with orange peels, cinnamon, and ginger. So smoke them if you got them, pop them if you want them, chew on them if you got it. Now let me show you what's super cool. Where's the other one? I didn't bring it over. Okay. So this rig, I'm going to just use for basically cartridges. Even though it will do wax, it's kind of hard to do the wax. Or crumble, as they call it now. They call it crumble. But this is by the same company. And this is called the Evolve Plus. There's a smaller model too. But this is the company. And this is what's cool. You can carry your crackle around in here. So you can have it kind of packed and carry it with you, and all you need is a little knife to put it in. But you can put quite a bit in. Usually what I fill it with in the morning, it's kind of an all-day thing. So just wanted to show you all that. Sebastian, thank you for joining me. Jay Brown, Gary Preston, y'all so sleep. Thank you for joining me. What happened? Don't have that many now, baby. Hey, CJ, thank you for joining me. Yeah, I don't have that many now, baby. I think y'all so sleep. You know what happened? You know that they took the channel down. So, and that's you just have to start all over again, which ain't no thing. That's all. Hey, Jeffrey Lang, what's happening? Thank you for joining me. It's funny, before I started, I was watching the Patriots play Atlanta, and so was breaking that down. And I can, I'm pretty good at figuring out what they was going to do, because I watched one play and I was like, oh, okay, he's going to go to Gronk in the end zone. I didn't even watch this game. And sure enough, the play I predicted, he did do. So, what's that pen called? This just holds wax, and this is Wolf. The company is Wolf. This is Wolf Duo. This is the Wolf Duo. And then this one is the Wolf. It's by UCAN. UCAN is, I think, the name of the company. And this is the Evolve Plus. And you can blow big stacks. I didn't do it that time. They feel it kind of loose. So you can blow big stacks with that. Who I got in here? Read my soul. What's happening? It's funny. Uh, yeah, it is lame. I was just watching that Super Bowl yesterday. No, I watched Tampa Bay. It was like I was watching Tampa Bay play Atlanta, the Tampa Bay Atlanta game from this season. That's what I was watching on the Football Network. Yeah, so check that out. It's just funny. Like you see things and you just don't think that the things would be a regular thing. But one of my neighbors, and I help her out. She has three children, and out of her three children, uh, one father comes around when he wants to mess with the mother. Other than that, he doesn't see his daughter. I interact with the children more than like she has two older children. One has mental problems, and she's quite a handful. Well, this chick is now pregnant, but not only is she pregnant, this chick smokes crystal meth while she's pregnant. And not only that, she like doesn't and she works and everything, so it's not like she's tricking or nothing. She's no, but she just can afford crystal meth and she smokes it. But she's like doesn't know who she's pregnant by. And it's like some Maury shit. It's like she really like 5 or 6 guys that she's been with, and she doesn't know which one. And none of them say they want anything to do with her. So it's just kind of funny. My other thing talking about today is, I tell you, now with the Super Bowl, we always know they want blood. And I would say it's more of the destroyer part of Shiva. But we got John Chaney that makes number 4. And then we have Beyonce's cousin, I think Super Sly. I copied this off Super Sly. So even though he has a little bit of fame, so he's number 5. So we got John Chaney that coached my cousin Mark Macon at Temple. Mark is from Saginaw and Michigan, and he played for John Chaney. Actually, Mark was coaching at one time. And then Beyonce's cousin makes 5. And don't forget, we had Cicely Tyson. We had Cicely Tyson makes 3. And then we had the other one there were 2 other guys that recently died. Oh, we had Cloris Leachman. Cloris Leachman died, and then we had the sports reporter die. So 5 Super Bowl deaths. I think the highest I counted in the last few years was 21 in 17. So 5 Super Bowl deaths. John Chaney died, 8 days after his birthday? And they didn't say, oh, no, Hank Aaron died before. He died before the championship game, so he can't be added. But I just wondered if Chaney had a shot at 89. I just wondered. They didn't say or not if he had the shot. But so we're going to keep track. Draymond come out of Saginaw. Yeah, Draymond went to either Saginaw High or Bona Vista. I can't really remember which one he went to. But yeah, I think he's out of Saginaw. And you got Saginaw, Flint, all that's down there together. I spent about 2 weeks in Saginaw years ago, and I was hooping on them. I was happening to stay next to a church, and the church had a big, huge gym, and just was putting that work in on them Saginaw boys, dunking on them and stuff. A lot of good players are coming out of Saginaw through the years. As I mentioned, a guy who he never played at A&T, but we was cool, was Joe Price. And I told the story about Joe Price before. Wow. The rebirth of cigars, Drew Estates. It's inside the damn thing. And it's got a phone number. But no, I think he is though. Yeah, I think he is. Matter of fact, I was just watching the judge. What was Jabot's last name? I can't think of his last name, but Jabot, he was called the judge. He was the first player of the year in Michigan. I want to say this dude, he was still playing in 87. Ooh, yeah. He had to be a freshman when he played against me. When I was a senior in 79, or was he in 8th grade? Wow. Yeah, how did he still you take 4 years minus 87 and put you in 83, 82? Yeah, he was probably a freshman when I played against him. And we hung out. We hung out. We scrimmaged him, and then we hung out afterwards. But I just watched him play. He played with Glenn Rice, Gary Grant, and Indiana beat them. And they just showed that game. I was watching the video on the dude who lived to be 112. I was still amazed by that show. Still amazed. I had a dream that I lived that long. And one of my sons, I could tell it was one of, my son's kind of line. And I'm just old as hell, just sitting there. You sure she's not tricking? The Patriots did the horrible this year. I had a few homies from Saginaw. Oh, okay. Yeah. I hung out in Saginaw, though. Yep. Again, Marcus from Saginaw. It's another guy played at Florida. I can't think of his name. But, yep. Hank Aaron had the shot. Yeah, Hank Aaron had the shot. Yes, definitely, Gary. Yep. Little Kim cousin also died. Oh, I'm going to have to look into that. Let me write that down. Because if he has any kind of relation to if he ever put anything out or anything, then he could be considered if he was a rapper or something. And a rapper is a terrible profession, the way they take people out. My state of Connecticut made Australia news today. They are making it mandatory for people to vote as a civic duty. And if you don't, you will not come to your, and if you don't, they will come to your house and ask you why you didn't vote. What? That's pretty strange. Never heard of that before. Wow. Come to your house and say, why didn't you vote? That's crazy. And then they'll give you a fine because you didn't vote. That sounds like communism. Wow. So now it's your civic duty as a Chinese citizen of Connecticut in the United States to vote. That was never see that. Remember what the liberals voted, what the liberals blamed. The liberals blamed everybody. Remember they put the thing out that said that young people didn't vote. There's so many, American Indians or melanated people didn't vote. And that's what got Trump in. Well, you guys didn't vote. And what did he lose by? 5 million votes. One had 79. What Trump had about 74 million. So now they want everybody to participate. Well, it's a bow. It's a bow as Bala Marduk. I mean, his Baal's wife would be Balat. So it's a Baal or Bala Marduk ritual in itself. So that's why they want you to participate, because it's agreeing. It's rubber stamping. It's agreeing. And so you participate, that means you agree. And that's kind of a more of a Soviet kind of thing. It's mandatory to vote. And everybody knows voting. What are you voting for? You watch the HBO show on Lindbergh, they show you how after they kill Lindbergh, they have some special instruments that would take his plane down. And then they showed how they were stealing the voting boxes, throwing votes away. But how and I'm not saying yay or nay on this one, because the thing about this past election was, so what about the people that won? You can't say that, you can't say that. So your senator that you wanted in won, but you as president lost. So you're saying it's crooked. So it just doesn't make sense. I have and will never cast a vote. I would write in Kanye just cause, and he was on the ballot here. They got some people involved in this state. When I was younger, my teacher told me in the future the Chinese would rule the world. Communism kind of coming true. Now they are saying wearing 2 and 3 masks at a time is better. Yeah, I saw that today. The new trend. No, they was putting it out like it was freaking cool. It was like the new trend is wearing the mask. That's some funny stuff to me. But yeah, liberalism is communism. Being a liberal is a form of communism. That's just it. That's where it comes from. The idea of being liberal is not being neutral. It's a form of communism. There we go. That's just crap. That's just what we're facing today. People voted for it. Let me tell you, last night, oh my goodness. So I think I started off my smoky citrine, trying to see the smoky on top. And then I turned into, my harmonizers. And it was again, your mind, when you really get deep, again, things become so clear and so many vivid colors come in that your eyes try to force themselves open. Your eyes are literally trying to just push open because you are seeing. You really are seeing in every sense of the word. You are seeing. And your eyes want to be part of it because your eyes know that the things are coming in and you're visualizing, and the thought processes and the neurons going off and all the firing off. Your eyes think they should be involved. And it's just the funniest thing. But I didn't even think about, why things were so vivid last night. It was part of the full moon. And again, I always do a ritual for the full moon, but it was just very interesting. And I've said this before, and it just really makes it so. What's so powerful when you learn how to move through the czar and how the czar works, it trumps a lot of the astro work. I'll say that. It trumps the astro work in this way. And I've told this story before. So just like last night, I am deep in it. And one of them sisters just opens up a door. So I am in the astro picture. And in this astral picture, all of a sudden, a door opens up in front of the, say, normal screen. So imagine just looking at a screen, and then the door just opens. And then the person is standing there like in a Dutch door. It's just like the person's torso, and they're handing me something. And I'm like, oh, I don't know how you did that. You're one of those czar people. And it was just kind of like, whoa, that is just the coolest kind of movement, and it just made me appreciate it even more. Yep, wearing two masks is like wearing two condoms. That's funny, Gray. People might as well go full hazelnut suit, hazmat. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying, why ain't we wearing the respirators? If it's really what you say, we should be wearing respirators. Let them make money. 3M make the mask and they make respirators. Like you get the respirators, you get the filters, they 3M filters. So 3M gonna get paid regardless. Liberals are the one pushing for censorship. It's wild. They flip things every year, a few years. They do. Jeffrey, 2 or 3 masks is stupid. It is very stupid. That's suffocation. It is. Even putting a mask on certain children a certain age. Gonna smoke a little bowl and get into it. There you go, certified. Star Wars coming soon. Want a stormtrooper helmet. Oh, definitely. I saw a cat put out a plastic helmet. He was begging for money. And I'm not saying begging, but I was getting ads where it was like looked kind of like a hockey helmet, but the mask, the shield came down to here. So you just put on the helmet. That's why when I wear my plastic mask, what can they say? I wear glasses, so my eyes are technically protected because I wear glasses, and the plastic mask comes to here. And you spit on me. I mean, your spit really would just have to travel up the plastic nose. And then I put, I can't even think of the name, elliptus kind of essential oil. And so that will kill any virus. And so I just put it inside the mask. And like the girl told me in Marshall, I wear a white one or wear my black one. And the girl in Marshall was like, last time you came in, my aunt was here and you didn't have your normal mask on. And I was telling my, he didn't wear his normal mask today, but you have, and I had it on the other day. I bought a shirt or something. And she was like, yeah, there goes one of my regular customers. I was kind of laughing. She's like, yeah, I see you. And then they all know me. All in this little town, people know me. They don't think anything. I've had one dude look at me and he was like, you don't have a mask on. And I just walked by and like, don't get punched in here, punk. So, and I don't look like a target. I don't look like a target to people. Maybe when I'm 70, but even then I'll probably have pistols in both pockets. So I'll never look like a target. And I just want to talk about the old dude again. He died in 2018, but this sucker was born in 1906, 07. He was like probably only about. He was older than my grandmother would have been. My grandmother would have been 100. Well, let me think now. My grandmother would have been 115. And that guy died in 18. Yeah, he's about 10 years older than my grandma. So he was born about 6 or 7, somewhere in there. And he lived to be 112 years old. He was in World War II. He says something interesting, though. And what I say about war, there is a path where you can survive war. I mean, I've walked this path in Vietnam. There is a path you can follow that. So if you went back to World War II, there is a path you could follow to survive. And actually you could do a spell and follow that path. But I bring that up because what he said was so interesting. He said, if the bullet is for you, it's for you. He said, he said, it's your time, the bullet's going to hit you in your face or your chest. But he said, if it ain't your time, the bullet will go by you. The bullet will go right by you. And he still had his M1. M1. And a bullet will go by you. And that is how it is. There's a path to survive in war. I mean, the most successful, the Americans didn't lose the Vietnam War. They pulled out, but they did not lose. But the most successful people were 6, 7-man teams, not the big platoon like the movie Hamburger Hill, but actually the small teams could do more damage, and they learned to live like them. But getting back to this cat's first car was like a Model T, like my grandfather. My grandfather had original Model T where it had the front window and then it had flaps that came down. So if it rained, flaps would come down and you could button it in. But the dude was saying you had to get in front of the car and crank it. I don't know if people ever even mess with a crank generator. You can get a little generator to give you electricity and you wind it up to get the power, with a crank handle. It was the same way. That's how you started your car. You had to crank it. And cars were nothing more than, at that point, motorized wagons. That's why there was a lot of electric cars around, too. The idea of an electric car ain't new. And in fact, they credit the first car with being a steam engine type of engine. But the other thing about this brother that I loved is this brother said he smoked 12 cigars. Now, if I said this yesterday, I apologize. But I'm still amazed watching it again today. I watched it again today. 12 cigars. He drank liquor every day, whiskey. But what it reminded me of was another dude that lived to be another brother that lived to be 100 and some years old that I knew about 20 years ago. And this dude smoked cigarettes and cigars. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he just smoked cigars now I think about it. But he was the same way. He smoked multiple cigars a day. And he drank liquor every day. And this dude lived well past 100. So it makes you wonder how I was talking about Ulysses Grant, the World War II Civil War general. Somebody gave him 500 cigars around the beginning of the war. He won one battle or something, and somebody sent him 500 cigars. He died of throat cancer. And some of the worst throat cancer where you can't take anything down. It's too painful. It's like swallowing fire at a certain point. But that was for smoking all those cigars. But here's 2 other examples of people that what was different about them? What was different about the cigars Grant smoked and the cigars these cats smoked? Like, what was the difference? And that just makes me wonder. So, what did I miss? You prefer indica or sativa? I think sativa. I don't like the sleepy kind. Matter of fact, this kind, and this is a nice little setup to buy these. This kind is indica. This is the sleepy kind. So at the end, I'll start, I do this kind before bed. It is the name. Yeah, it's a name brand shit on here. This has some pretty good packaging. So I don't really like the sleepy kind. I've had some so sleepy that make you so sleepy. I can remember I worked with a cat and got a sack from him, and I remember smoking outside, went in the house, sat in my bed, looked at my phone, and I woke up the next morning. I mean, it really, I just had got so comfortable that it knocked me right out. It knocked me right out. The next night, this is Friday night. I'm supposed to go do something. I go to sleep. Saturday night, I kind of followed the same thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's putting me to sleep? And it was the bud. The bud was that strong sleepy. I mean, too strong. People rarely come up to see me about wearing a mask. There you go. What is the black and blue crystals good for? Do they have gold ones and green ones? This is nephrite or jade. Probably nephrite is probably the correct word. I don't know if this is jade. Probably nephrite, but this is Mexican. It comes from Mexico. It's another green crystal. What other colors did you ask about? What is the black and blue crystals good for? It's hard to say. Each of them have their own specific. Oh crap! Like this is a pot type, and what this one is good for. And this is a great palm stone. It really is taking it on to kind of relieve my pain in my thumbs. I mean, I get really stiff in my joints. This thumb could be replaced. It's like to have thumb replacements, you have to have a 5 in what they look at the way. And mine has like been in a 4 for the last however. So not going to replace, or my doctor wouldn't replace them at this point. But this crystal is the great. So just trying to give you a little reference. So when you're talking about Charite, again, doesn't take in any negative energy. A lot of Russian crystals seem to be like that. But what it makes you realize is, are what you study in the right path? Is your journey, are you living your true intentions? Are you in the right path? Are you getting the right information? That's what this is for. This one actually, like I told the story about this before. I was meditating with this and a beautiful garden just opened up. And I wasn't sure why. And I was like, So I was like, I'm going to keep that in my bag. Well, later my uncle died and I was able to place my uncle on that path. This is perfect to see if you, and it's not the information you're getting, but you as an individual, you can check with this stone to see if what you're doing is see if you are actually on the path that should be yours, or are you following another path? Now, you said gold. There are some other gold, but of course, pyrite. And this is basically, this is the building blocks of everything, is cubes. Even going down to the quantum state of things. No, I'll take that back. When you get into the building, actually building of the rocks, a lot of it's cubed up. Starts off cubed. Now, of course, they break off. So, and the most black stones are protection. Again, my Chairman Fred here is obsidian out of China. This is black tourmaline or schist, I think schist they call it. Very protective. And then here's shungite. I don't think I say this right all the time. Here's my shungite wand. Again, very protective. I'd say everybody should have these shungite. It's kind of it like on all my salt lamps. Like you can get these little ones and put them on your phone. Most of them come with stickies. But if you send this stuff next to a salt lamp, it'll amplify what the salt lamp does. So hope that helps you. The big oil companies killed the electric car. Car sales bring in some of the most taxes in the States. Yeah, through the gas. That's why it didn't make sense when GM made those cars, and then the Ford Museum or the car museum has one of the bodies of the electric car, but they took all electric cars and crashed them, but one or two, like totaled them. Don't make sense. It's like they totaled some school they gave old Vipers to, like first generation Vipers, and they took them all back and they're going to total them instead of putting them out there in the public, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Do you think it will keep you alive? What are you asking? Well, what keep me alive? What particular? What particular will what keep me alive? You saying would the crystals help keep me alive? I answer that like this. Crystals help you see what real life is at every level. I mean, you can take a crystal down to its quantum level and deal with it, the actual quantum level, and see what the power of the crystal is. I mean, you can take it that far. If you don't fear death, I don't know how to answer that. I don't fear death. Death is nothing to fear. It's just you going into the, like you said, take me to the next phase. It's the next phase. So I don't know if I can really answer that question. Or the honest, that's about honest I could tell you. I feel you like the sleepy ones. Now I don't really like the sleepy ones, Gary. I don't like the sleepy. I like the one, Aggie Pride. There it goes. Carolina, baby, certified bully. There you go. NC to exact. I mean, I miss this time of year in 80-degree days. I do miss that. I miss that. Did you ever watch Doctor Strange when he went into the other dimensions? And did you see any men when he went into the microverse? Or have you ever seen WandaVision? What is she doing on there? I haven't watched WandaVision yet. And I'm still upset. My movie thing ain't put the Black Panther movie on yet. So I had me the other night because they ain't put it on yet. But yeah. Well, one thing, I've talked about this before, and Doctor Strange shows you how you can tell dreams, because if you look at your hand and your hand turns into a lot of other hands, you know that's a dream. They're just trying to show you to see that you're in an astral type of mood. But that's like that hand thing is really a check for your dreams. So I haven't watched WandaVision yet. I feel like crystals have kept me alive from their energy. Okay, certified bully. I can understand your question. I'll say this. I will say this. I know the benefit I'm getting off of the Shugite that I've treated with the water for the past 5 years. I know I'm getting tremendous help from that. Treating my water with that. The only time I really deal with this water when I'm not treating it is taking a shower. And I'm not rich enough to have soft water. I have this damn hard water that rusted my crystals when I had them in the tub when I would take a shower. And so I try to have, I don't even brush my teeth with that water. WandaVision is very crazy. Okay, I haven't checked it out. Read my soul, South Carolina way of NYC here 3 days ago, it was 75. Oh crap, that is nice. You know what it is here right now? It got down to 16 above. We're getting an ice storm. Yeah, hey Jeffrey, I was going to talk about that too. I saw that, Jeffrey. Right now here in the Great White North, it is 25 degrees above zero. And we have a winter storm advisory. That's why I loaded up on fruits, beer. I had to go get my crumble. I'm good. Let me see. Winter weather advisory remains in effect until 4 a.m. That's when it's going to start snowing. 4 a.m. Saturday morning to 6 a.m. Sunday. Mixed precipitation expected. Total snow up to 2 inches. Ice accumulation up to 1/10 of an inch. That's significant. That is really significant. Because if it stays under freezing, that ice gets on the roads and starts freezing. Portions of east and central Minnesota. I am south central. I am south. So we're going to have snow all weekend. Playing on slippery roads. So I ain't really doing nothing. Chilling. Chilling, meditating is about all I'm going to do. But yeah, it's 25 degrees. Well, it's the perfect time now to give freely to everyone. Let me see. Let me see. In Cleveland, it's 20 degrees. Woo! It's cold like here, but you guys got that lake effect too. Somewhere someone is at a base playing weather weapons, just bored. I work security overnight. It's 37 right now, and I'm by the beach. It's cold at night here. Okay, read my soul. I'll tell you my funniest security story. This had to be like 87. It was -5 in Battle Creek, Michigan. I work right downtown. So I had 4 or 5 buildings that I had to, like, I had a main building, but it was Transamerica, and Transamerica owned almost a whole block. But it was 3, 4 or 5 other buildings. So once an hour I had to go check the other buildings. And to tell you another story that goes on with this, and I hope I don't forget. No, I'll tell this story first. So it's -5. And so I'm walking back from the other buildings, walking to the main building. And again, I'm all on one block. A boy riding a bike. And again, it's very strange to see a boy riding a bike when it's -5. But again, it wasn't that snowy. He said, he rode up to me, and I'm obviously a security guard, not a cop, no gun or nothing. He says, "Mister, I don't know what's going on, but look at that dude over there." I didn't even notice this dude. I look, and there's this European cat just naked as hell. He's just like walking around with nothing on but some shoes or boots. I don't remember. But he was totally naked, and it's -5. So, of course, I called the police, got the guy's attention, asked did he need some help, and he was kind of groggy, and they came and took him. So, but this is the part of the other story that's kind of interesting. So I started dating a girl. Now, I was married at the time, but I started dating a woman that worked in the building. Matter of fact, we have a daughter together that's just turned 30. And we used to have sex in these buildings. The building had a penthouse. One penthouse just had beds. One penthouse was just a laid out penthouse. Weekends, nobody was there but me. And so I would bring her in, and we would like go on different floors, and we would like rotate buildings. So we would start in the main building, and the next time she came, because she got her hair done like every weekend for like 3, 4 years. I forget how long, but it went on for a long time. We messed around for 10 years. But we would rotate having sex in different buildings. She would get her hair done, and she would come over because, like, say her hair was wet, it would take forever to dry. She'd come over, and we'd go up to one of the rooms, and it was a great job. It was a really great job. And I know she ain't listening, or her man ain't, because she got married to her man. But I'm going to give the divination right now. So we are at 13 platoons, 0 platoons, 8 tunes. We've got 4 unos, and we have day 2. And then day 2 would be ick, spirit breath, wind, cosmic energy, inspiration, vital principle, respiratory function, and the energy is out of the north. And here is the fractal. 2 screens going, so make sure both screens. And then the Toltec. And this really goes together today because of the storm coming. In this image, we can see a medicine man devoted to the cult of Akado, which we know because of the bird-like mask he is wearing. The bird's beak is a representation of the wind currents. The plumed serpent in its head tells us that he is, meditating on conciliation of the opposites, the meaning of the feathered serpent. In his skirt, we can see a single cycle signifying number 1, representing the ultimate oneness. He is seated on a jaguar skin, which represents power and the capacity for spiritual vision. Getting this card is a meaningful invitation to realize that you are always surrounded by the sacred presence of the great spirit. Ikado is everywhere all the time. I would say Hanukkah, but therefore we always have the choice of being aware of that. entering into the state of tunama, the practice of accepting the divinity within yourself. Do you dig that? This is what the card is telling you to do. Make room in your life, in your heart for the Great Spirit. Give yourself time and space to practice tunamia. Tunamia translated as having God or good within oneself. It wouldn't have been God. They wouldn't have known that word. It can be understood as a meditative state that leads to experience of overcoming the false perception of our separation from all. This is not a trivial topic. The separation from all is at the very basis of our constant state of fear and anguish about living in an ever-changing world. The fundamental experience of separateness sustains all anguishes and other separations from their mother or father, from the long lost partners, and so on. We can perceive a significant, extraordinary difference when our ego surrenders and awareness is lifted to the pure understanding of our prenemio state of oneness with the Great Spirit. So if anybody can use that, I'll send that energy out to you. Hope someone finds that. You can use that and move yourself. And just want to play with my little friends, see what kind of energy is around me. So, are we going to get a bad storm tonight? To the right, yes. To the no. Is the storm going to be bad? How bad? It's going to be mild or really bad? How bad? Can I get a little more clarification? So yeah, we got quite the storm coming. Here we go. Here goes one. Should I play the lottery tomorrow? To the right, yes. To the left, no. Should I play the lottery tomorrow? To the right, yes. To the left, no. Now, is this a good day or is this just a mild day for me to win? Need a little more clarification. Okay, pretty strong saying yes. Hey, I won $8 last week. I'll take it. I'll take it. Moving clouds, etc., and such playing push the cloud game. When did you just see? What did you just see? You said you caught something. Oh yeah. Jeffrey just sent me something I was going to talk about tonight, and that was Subway. Subway got caught not putting tuna in their tuna fish, not putting crab in their meat. They're trying to figure out what to meat. They're being sued because people are saying, you're saying that this is good protein for me, and yet we're having this analyzed. We're not finding crab or we're not finding tuna in it. And it made me think of my uncle who, to get his cholesterol down, he would eat a can of tuna. Well, tuna has a lot of iodine, but also the problem with hoarding cans, if society or civilization does go bad, there's types of diseases that you can get from just eating canned food all the time. So it's kind of a no-win situation. But yeah, Jeffrey, that is interesting. So you have all these people saying, and that goes back into some of these people that say organic and everything. Well, we know the seeds have been controlled by Monsanto for at least 10 years, if not longer. So we don't really know. We haven't had enough generations to know how we can, what these seeds that we're getting, how really fresh your food is. So, but yeah, Jeffrey, thank you for sending me that. Some aliens that just dropped him back off. I work for NBC First Time Shares. I have 3 buildings and I always think about messing with someone in the crowd. Sweet. Oh yeah, me and this chick, I mean, again, like we messed around for 10 years. And I caught this chick, again, I was married, and I caught this chick she had wrote a little list of everywhere we had messed around. Like if it was, because sometimes she would come to my house during, because I work afternoon sometime when I was coaching. And she would come over to the house or we'd be in a car and I caught the little list that she had wrote. And I'm like, you trying to blackmail me? Because she had the days and dates. I'm like, is this chick trying to blackmail me? I don't think she was. I think it just kind of turned her on reading the little list. But she had it right on her desk. But anyone, I mean, only people that knew. They're claiming T.I., the Jeff. Yeah, I ain't got nothing to say. That's I don't really care about him. Who do I have? I'm still going with Brady. I'm taking the points in Brady. I think Brady's going to do it. Subway. Yep, Subway. Yeah, you guys saw the one. You saw that too. Yeah, that is crazy. My mom used to eat the tuna, so now I want to know what it's about. And you guys, this is what's funny about tuna, because you can buy tuna steaks. You know how big this animal is, or this fish is? Tunas are big as marlins and dolphins. But yet we get something only from a can or a pack. How is that? Why aren't they pushing the big salmon, like, the big steaks of tuna? Because you can get tuna steaks. I don't know if people realize that. You can get tuna steaks. And you watch the tuna catching show, you got big money for tuna. But yet, unless you go to a restaurant or a good fish place, you can't get tuna steaks. The only way you can get tuna is in a can. So it doesn't make sense. Is any of the food real? That's a good point, CJ. That's a real good point. That goes back into the illusionary aspect of everything. Is any of the food really, does it matter? When it comes down to it, does it really matter? That's a spell. Does it come when it comes down to it? Because really, I wanted to avoid saying the end of the day spell. so I used another one. But it does. It ends up being, is any of this matter? Does any of the food really matter? Again, I just told a story about a man who he lived the beginning of his life really eating a lot of fresh foods, fresh vegetables, probably up until after World War II. And then you had the mass doing of food. And then the 70s, you know what, the 70s really, the biggest push of the 70s was McDonald's, going out to eat. Now, I know a lot of places in the South, I think, had drive-ins. Hell, I remember Florida had places where you could go get a drink. Florida, North Carolina, you could have, open intox, open drinks. Florida used to have bars where you could drive up and they'd give you a damn drink. Michigan has it where you can drive up and you shop. They got little drive-throughs where it's, you can get your sodas, your beer, and they'll put it right in your car and you pay somebody through the window. I remember a dude tried to rob the place and the cops shot him right. I mean, the people went inside and the guy didn't run away and he stayed there. And the cops ended up shooting his cat, trying to rob, that kind of thing. I think, man, when I was a kid, I always got tuna sandwiches from Subway. Wow, Gary. CJ, to be honest, everyone on this planet has eaten him meat before. I truly believe we're eating human meat. What was the movie? It's Selton Green. It's people. It's people. Have you made your second sports channel with the old sports videos? No, not yet, Zello. Not yet. I'm saving all that stuff. Again, you can buy all that stuff from Google. People don't tell you that. When they do your channels like that, it's still up for sale. And we found a couple different sites that have that stuff. So I'm still debating. I have a lot more backed up than what I realized. A lot of people backed it up for me too, which I find surprising. A lot of people like, no, they've been contacting me like, yeah, we like this content, so we saved this, so I'll send this to you. Even Crazy Sarge said when I had him on that he saved that. So again, I only lost about 3 weeks worth of doing these where I actually talk, because I was doing talk shoe up to about 3 weeks ago, whenever I switched to StreamYard. So I have quite a bit of this backed up, especially me talking. I have a lot of that backed up. But it makes me wonder is that a Google checking? Because Zillow came and somebody else been asking, and that's Zillow, no disrespect to you, but the question comes like Google wants to know how much I have saved. Again, I have years saved on TalkShoe. I have the last 2 years easy, because TalkShoe, again, I had a Seer and I had Derek on, the Mountin creator. All those were erased. but I still have most of me. I have at least probably 3 years of me on talk shoes. So now on, I'm always doing talk shoe. At least I'll have it, and it's video. My talk shoe is video. I'm seeing me on two screens. I remember having Bobby saying they got more power, they sprinkle in food, and it gets the brain hooked. Yeah. What percentage do you think we're eating people? I don't know. I don't know. It's so many damn animals. Like, honestly, I've had visions where, again, I used to do quality control in a slaughterhouse. And I would have visions that some of them damn cows was like a type of beings and not the animals we think. So, and it was like I would look at them lining up because cows have heart attacks. Cows know something is different. I've watched cows have heart attacks. They get taken from the pastures, put on trucks, stuck in these pens, and the energy of death is all around that place. It's just death. Again, I've told the story many times about the dude it was two dudes who was just slitting throats constantly, slitting cow throats constantly. It would be like 300-400 throats they would slice in a day. Why would you want all that on you? And then the dude wouldn't even take a shower to get that shit off me. He would just walk away and go in his car, take that shit home. That I didn't understand. When you could take a shower, why wouldn't you take a shower? He had a big beard like down to here. Nasty dude. Nasty guy. I know it's not enough meat for 7 million. Brady is NFL golden boy. He is that. Stress meat. Those slaughterhouses are grim. Yeah, they are. They really are. I used to, when I worked for the water department in Greensboro, across the street was a pig slaughterhouse. And we used to always see the pigs hanging up when I used to work in Greensboro. Yep. I wouldn't even know how to get to that, to get to the water department now. I needed that script in the Alva Camaro run. The defender just fell on the ground. It's funny though, Zillow, you didn't need it 2 weeks ago. What's up with that? Why didn't you need it 2 weeks ago? Stress meat. Those slaughterhouses, the chemicals, food we crave. Chemicals and food we crave are grim. Yeah, they are. I agree. Is what we crave. Yeah, that's like sugar. Sugar, you crave sugar. You really do. Because it's like I like chocolate, so I crave more chocolate than sugar. But yeah, sugar gives you the same rush as cocaine will give you. It will give you the exact same rush. It hits those same endorphins. I did quality in Mr. Bubble Plant, and we made the people that make that stuff that starts with a P that burn your skin. We used to make that crap, but we had a type of artificial sweetener that was so strong that when they would put this stuff in chemicals, they would only put pinches in it, and then you would smell the chemicals. But this stuff was so strong when you opened it, you literally could not open it and be like this, because if you opened it like that, it gave you just an instant sugar like buzz just smelling this crap. But hey Edward, thank you for joining me. I think we're eating humans. Sweet Todd Barbershop. I sent it to my friend but never screen recorded it, but because I don't have storage on my phone. Yeah, I can dig it. Chocolate, real chocolate is good for the brain. It is. You should eat chocolate every day. That's the same with coffee. Coffee and chocolate are very close. They say sugar is the most addictive substance in the world. The facts, they're not sugar. The fact stuff, though, not sugar cane. Exactly, yeah. Because pure cane, you just cut the cane open and you suck it, and then you spit the stalk part out. And it doesn't taste like what we get. Sugar tastes different today. It's like my daughter's mother wants to eat that Socrease, the artificial stuff. And I'm like, that stuff's bad. It's like the people that are addicted to Pepsi, Diet Coke. People are literally addicted to that stuff. I'm sounding like my son, literally. But people are addicted to that stuff. It's hard for them. Once you start drinking Diet Pepsi, it's hard for you to turn that stuff down. Your body will start craving it. But like they did nicotine, I've told this many times, when they did rats, they gave the rat heroin, they gave the rat a solution of water and heroin, water and cocaine, and water and nicotine. And the rat would do none of the others. It would try each one, and the rat stayed at the nicotine. It's a hell of a thing if you ever watch that. And I think this you can probably find that. But the rat was like, didn't want the cocaine, didn't want the heroin. The rat stayed at the nicotine until it killed him. So they say, I've never watched those studies with sugar, but just what sugar does to you. Like just take a sucker. You put a sucker in your mouth, and just the instant you can feel it. Like now I can really feel what it does. As a child, I couldn't feel that, but now when I eat some sugar, I can I'll feel what it does to me. And so I try to cut down on sugar. And I'm not diabetic. Aspartame is fake sugar in Diet Coke. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And that's just as it's bad for you. It's not a good chemical. So it's to each his own, to each his own what they want to do. But it's something that like she looked at me. I'm like, this stuff ain't good for you. And her mom into losing weight and stuff. So her mom thinks it's good because it doesn't have sugar in it. And then again, her mom's not diabetic either. It's just a little overweight. But I don't know. But aspartame is just as addictive, if not more, because people who like Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi are addicted to it. My middle daughter, her mother, heavily, even now today, heavily addicted to that stuff. Can't go without it. She cuts down, but she totally can't not use it anymore. So to each his own. To each his own. Oh, I had a couple of wows to read to the people, to everyone. Let's see what my wows were. Here are my wows. Yeah, this is no tuna in Subway's tuna sandwiches and wraps. Just shows you no tuna in there. I want to read this. This is here in town. Oh, I wish I could blow this. Okay, they put this bull stuff on here. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. New charter amendment makes second attempt to scrap Minneapolis's police department. 3 members of the city plan to introduce a charter amendment on Friday with the goal of allowing. Now, charter amendment means that's the city's amendment. Right now, the city charter calls for a unionized police department. So they're trying to get rid of it. But see, are they bringing RoboCop in and the dogs? Because again, we are a test area. I saw what they did leading up to Floyd. They had 2 other murders. Young was the one guy's name. They supposedly shot him in the back. They protested. And then they had something with the F on Facebook, Filippo or whatever his name was. Sorry, I can't remember. But he was the one that got killed on Facebook Live. And I told the story how they buried him in the basilica. These people are Baptists, but they go into a Christian church to get buried or to give his funeral. So Floyd was a test. And again, you can look up on YouTube, you can find where they arrested Floyd before. And look at the difference in him in that video. He doesn't look as strung out. He's healthier. And this was done the summer before, where 7 or 8 police arresting. You can catch that. Council members, and they say the name, they're transferring the public safety charter amendment, what they are calling the next step is putting a question to let the city, the people in the city vote if they want the same kind of cops. As part of the plan, the city police department would lose its status as a charter city department, would be replaced by a redesigned division of law enforcement within the Department of Public Safety. Residents have a unified vision for a broader public safety system that keeps everyone in our community safe and treats us with all dignity. This is extreme. Well, this is the thing. What they suffer from, and a lot of cities suffer from this. You send a lot of these Europeans to work in the hoods. They call it over north here. Like where the riots was is kind of a mixed neighborhood of everybody. Most of the American Indians or black folks live what they call here over north, which is the north side. But you got a lot of people policing that they don't live where they police. And I think you should really live where you police. Then you have a vested interest in the neighborhoods. Like all these cats that police this little area, Prior Lake, like we're a town of normally about around 30,000 people. we almost triple in the summer because we are on a lake. And so our force goes from probably 7 or 8 to about 20 something, bigger patrols because the city swells up. But that's the problem in Minneapolis is you have people that don't, and I've run into good people there. I've run into good people. Now I've run into people where they would want to put me into jail if my lady and I got in a fight. I've had other people that were helpful because, again, a lot of them go by their experiences. One guy had the very kind of divorce that I had at the time when I was losing my divorce. And so he was like, okay, he gave me a little advice. But I've had others, when I have a restraining order against one of my wives, they told her they felt bad having to take her to jail. You think they'd have told me that? If I would have violated that, you think they would have told me I feel bad for taking you to jail? No. But that's what they told her. They didn't really want to take her to jail, but they were forced to because they wouldn't have done their jobs if they didn't. But that just goes to show you how they react. It ain't the same rules all the time. Robots are going to be part of it. That's what I wonder. What's next? They're bringing robots. Yeah, I wonder. Microsoft wants to put dead people into chat box like the Black Mirror. I caught that. I caught a little bit of that too, read my soul. I caught a little bit of that too. Talking about they want to use dead folks and kind of have heads like the Simpsons. I blow big stacks. Robots can get shot too. There you go. And blowed up. Yeah, you blowed up real good. They can get blowed up too. Yeah, it's not cut and dry. It's just going to be interesting because, again, as I mentioned, we are a test city, and I saw the buildup to Floyd. Floyd was not an accident. They made that happen. It wasn't just an accident. That's why I wonder if he's really dead or not, because we see that he was part of the Boule. We saw that he was a Mason. We saw that he was somewhat of an actor. Porno was still an actor. He had a couple rap songs out. You had a pro basketball player claiming him, saying they was twins. Now, I was one of the only ones on the internet that showed his girlfriend, Courtney, that lived here, and showed how they did her nails. And she's hood because she had her nails done and her hair whipped. And then when it came to the money stuff, the daughter came, the brother came, Courtney disappeared. They didn't put Courtney in front of anything. Matter of fact, some people probably the only way they knew about Courtney was through me. You didn't hear about Courtney on the national station, CNN, MSNBC, Fox. They were showing everybody else. They were showing the mama of the daughter with the bad weave. And then she got a bunch of that money. Look how much money Floyd's family got. And look how much the daughter got compared to what the family got. So it really made you wonder how real it was. Yeah, I don't think he's dead either. What up, Coach? Time Lord. Hey, Ismail. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for joining me, Ismail. What are your thoughts on making guns using water and turning it into plasma like Aquaman film? Well, like when you wash a car, remember how you could wash a car with the wands, them kind of pressurized wands? And then some of y'all might be too young to remember this, but in 81 or 82, when super soakers first came out, a lot of people might not remember these, but you could get the big tanks. Now you had really big wands, and you could get the single tank or you could get the double tank, and you just had kind of a release wand to put the pressure. But I don't know if a lot of people remember those, but we used to have water wars with it where we would tell the children to bring squirt guns, and we were all dressed like that, kind of looking like the Ghostbusters and squirting this shit out of the children, where they just trying to hit us with little squirt guns. We are blasting them with these tanks of water. But I say that as you could probably have some type of little pressurized motor engine that heated up the water. As far as plasma, see that would take a whole different system to hold that plasma in. They are very hard system to control as far as our technology, but it would take something like that. Volatile, it's like it may seem like it's cool having the flamethrower in World War II in Vietnam, but you would be a target too. And if they hit one of them tanks, you would blow up real good. So yeah, it's cool that you could just, but if you got hit, you blew up. So I wouldn't have wanted that job. Like one job my ancestor did have, and it was holding the flag during the Civil War. I had no way they could have talked me into that, because what you had is you had the American flag and you had the battle flag, and these were kind of as things got hectic, you could look at your flag to regroup. So if your flag was retreating and it was going back that way, you knew that was your company and you would haul ass backwards. Or if it was a way to regroup. So I understand that, but how they got two people suckered, and it's like that was a good thing. And then you remember Denzel, when they actually show in the movie Glory, they show my ancestor get killed, and he drops the flag when he gets killed. Fort Wagner in South Carolina. And remember, Denzel's character picks it up. And Denzel's character picks it up. So yeah, there's no way I would have been talked into carrying that damn thing. It's like, yeah, no, thank you. Well, it's an honor. Well, yeah, give me a musket. As a matter of fact, my excursions back in World War II, it's repeaters. You can have repeaters back in World War II. You can have the carbines. You had carbines that were repeaters back in, not World War II, but Civil War, and full up Henrys, repeaters. I don't know if they were Henrys or Winchester, but they were in the Civil War. I have pictures of rifle teams. And do you know how many people you could wipe out with a Winchester back then? Cavalry's a lot of times had the repeaters instead of remember Glory, he had the ball and you had to tear the thing and stuff it down the musket and put it back in and put the powder in and then try to shoot. No, they had the carbines. You had to put the little caps on, but boom, you just boom, put it on there, boom. But the straight up repeaters, boom, boom. That was the difference in the Bighorn with Custer. His men had carbines, and the 20,000 Dakotas had repeaters, and they scorched them. I remember Super Soakers. They were still popular in the 90s. Yeah, but those Super Soakers, I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about? Did anybody ever saw the big ones when they first came out? Wasn't just we had the backpacks. I don't know if people are old enough to remember those. And again, it was for children, and we just bought them because I bought one, and my friends was like, "Man, where you get that from?" Like, man, I got these things, and we would just sit out there for hours and just soak the children or soak each other. North Carolina get hot, be them 90-degree days. So I was born in the late 90s. I wasn't even born then. CJ, black dude invented Super Soakers. Yeah. I don't know if he invented the big tanks, but I imagine he did. But that's what they were. They were part of the Super Soakers. So I think they were the big tanks first before the actual gun, because these were tanks. Did you see the Godzilla? Oh, trailer. Yeah. And I don't have that movie yet. I do not have that movie yet. But I ain't even got the Panthers, which I'm very surprised about. Your ancestors were very brave. Oh, yeah. Definitely. You had to be brave to go ahead. I mean, any war. We find Ampies that fought for the Americans, and then we again, my people were in Civil War. My actual great grandfather was in the Civil War, and my great uncles. One uncle got killed. He's in the Colonel Shaw Museum, the Colonel Shaw Memorial in Boston. The Thomas Ampey, his name is on that. My great uncle, my grandfather's brother, was in. Well, actually, we also had had uncles in World War I. Great uncle, he would have been a great uncle in World War I, but also World War II. My great uncle Sam Macon was in World War II. My uncle was in Vietnam War, and my first cousin, he was also in Vietnam. A lot of family have been police officers, so it's kind of a thing where um, brave people, brave people. Because my one cousin, I'll tell the whole story. He was a crackhead. He was a crackhead, and his uncle got him into got him clean, got him into being a jailer at first because he just worked in lockup at first. wasn't Well, he was a deputy, but not on the road deputy. And then he made his way to be a deputy, and he got 25, 30 years in, and he just retired in the last year or two. But he was a full blown out basehead and changed his life around. Now his uncle gave him land. He built, he gave him a career, and he gave him land. He's part of on our family farm. He's on this land. So my uncle had a 37 something. For damn, times are different. My uncle had a 3700 something and would times are different. They're now water backpacks for firefighters. That's cool. Water backpack for firefighters. Yeah, I imagine. But that's kind of what it was. It was kind of that. I imagine you could put a small fire with so much water. Like the double tanks, it took a long time to fill, but you had them wands, and you could open it up. And I mean, you could just soak children. We had water wars. Some of my friends, I brought water wars here to Minnesota. And I think it was my 49th birthday. It was my 49th or 50th. It might have been 51st birthday. We had a big neighborhood water fight, and we had a big lot. We had like a 2-acre lot. I think the house was like 3,800 square feet, and then we had like a 2-acre lot. But we were right on the corner, and so we had all the tables and stuff in the front, and we had everybody. I told everybody to bring squirt guns, so it was like 30, 40 squirt guns, and we were just going at it. So it was the children against the adults, and so me and my friend, we were just killing it. We had the better guns. So we were able to keep shooting, and they were trying to get the pressure. So they still talk about it. Just fun times. And we was getting drunk, and we was cooking. So they even banned one super soaker. Wow, why would they do that? Yeah, super soakers. Yeah, things are different. Super soakers and barbecues. That's right. Things are a lot different. They even banned one super soaker. Wow. Times are authentic back then. Everything feels so fake. Yeah. I mean, like I told a story. I get up once. I told this story many times. I get up, smoke a joint, eat some cereal, and I start messing with my turntables. And it's Saturday. I'm in the hood, so I'm living in townhouses, and not heavily. You can hear the stuff from the neighbors. Those kind of townhouses, and didn't have any basement. And but it was the kind of thing where I could just play music, and I had these big tower speakers, and it was a hot, warm day, so I had the front door open, and I'm just mixing, and I'm like really trying to create something here. And then I just look out in front of my door, and there's like 30 children with a spinning mat, and they're breaking in front of my door. Because I remember I stopped the music, and one of them knocked on my door. It's like, why'd you turn the music off? And I look out there, there's like just in front of my car, in front of my apartment, is just all these children with a spin mat. And I just kind of laughed. They're like, why'd you turn the music off? But those were genuine days when I was younger, and always would know all the people in my neighborhood. Yeah, times in some ways did. But I think a lot of things is we was more tied into the illusion. Like I look at my life, like a lot of people tease me, and they like my first wife's her husband, and they're like, he's living my life. Well, I gave up that life, because if I would have kept that life, I would have still been in the fog. I would have still been in the sleep. And so by me getting away from all that, it helped wake me up, because again, I would have never woke up if I would have stayed in that life. I would have just been just as naive as the rest of the world, because that's what this thing wants you to do. That's why when people say you're asleep, but it's more of a fog, because you accept everything. I mean, like all these people celebrating, especially melanated people, like they really did something. They're showing this Abram chick like she did something, and she doesn't hold any office. She doesn't hold any office. But yet they're like, this is woman of the year. And I'm like, what did this chick really do? What did she really do? So it just shows you. And then the monkey see, monkey do with the pearls and the shoes. I mean, these are just shows you how asleep people are. My mother is a Facebook wizard. I mean, she just believes everything on Facebook. And she says she watches some Rachel chick on MSNBC because she wants to get a balanced. And I'm thinking, there's nothing on there that's going to be balanced. I think Nick Taylor was like, I showed that thing on Kennedy. And it didn't even hit me that until Nick said it, I didn't even remember that was the Kennedy from MTV. So how great a news person can she be? She used to be on MTV talking about videos. And now this chick is giving social political commentary. And that's all they are. They give commentary. They're talking heads, Max Headroom, for those old enough to remember that. But they're giving commentary. That's it. They're not giving any facts. And Don Lemon, oh my goodness. Like Bill Clinton. You know when dudes have heavy bags under their eyes, y'all know what that means? When when you see them, look at Don Lemon. Do you know what that means? Y'all know what that means. When you like Bill Clinton got it too. When you had him heavy bags under your eyes, y'all know what that means. And Don Lemon has it. And it just shows you his lifestyle. But y'all look that up. I ain't gonna say it. Y'all look that up. Don Lemon has them heavy bags for a reason under his eyes. Oh, over here. Oh, and Kennedy was against the system on MTV. There you go. Yep. You know they have quarantined hotels in Canada? Really? I didn't know that. Times are then supercomputers switch things around 12. We was into more back than you right now. You know they have quarantine hotels. Let me read that. We were way more back then, I didn't know that, Jeffrey. People support Kamala more than Biden. Well, that they're counting on him croaking and putting her in. People crying for Biden is crazy, and still little girls wearing Chucks. Exactly. They sold a bunch of pearls. And pearls ain't got nothing to do with AKAs. That is Hindustan stuff. Kennedy was always against the system, yeah. And if they gave facts, they wouldn't be on TV. That's right. That's right. They do not give facts. They give opinions. They give scripts. I'm not going to say the name of the school, but y'all know the school. And they had one of the mothers that's making money off the school. She had some kind of foundation for the school that ain't there no more. And it's like, all I know is my son got killed and that was real. And there's no pain like a parent losing a child. And I'm like, she was reading it all. You could tell everything she said she was reading. She was reading it. Now, if you've had this experience that's so bad and you lost a child, you wouldn't need to read. You would just chop. You would just talk. No, this chick is reading everything. And I just kind of laughed. I'm like, and I'll say this, Mag is one of the ones that kind of got me hip to watching the people read. And as much as I pay attention, I've missed that. And so shout out to Mag. Thank you for giving me that insight. But this chick was clearly reading everything. It's like even people in Germany that supposedly was victims, they interview these people and these people are reading. If you experience something, you wouldn't have to read it. Because this is how you could tell they're reading. The people would be like, they would read so much and then they would kind of wonder and they would get stuck. And then you hear the interviewer kind of say something to get them back on track and then they would pick up. But you could see them clearly reading something. Now, when I talk about my football days, I don't have to read about it. I don't have to say, well, back in 1979, I was in high school. And I didn't know how I could just rattle it off. So if you had all these bad experiences, you could rattle them off. You wouldn't have to read the script. So it just shows you. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder, hey, Crazy Sarge, if they gave facts. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Crazy Sarge, I didn't recognize it. All this blue on here, I with this dyslexia, it takes a second for me to kick it in. But wellness to you. Wellness. Thank you for joining. But yeah, exactly. They can't be truthful. They have to tell opinions. And their opinions is written by these, again, when I talk about a crazy man doing these games, it's the same way with all of it. They have these eggheads sitting in rooms that put it all together, that work for the me or the my, the main brain, the main brain. And it has that. And that thing tells them what to do. And it's trained them. Probably has some half computer, half little egghead. Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the system at all. But let me mention this again. The full moon energies are going to go on again until Sunday. So you guys want to manifest, the full moon is still, energies are still going. They're pretty strong. Last night, very strong. Again, forgiving me, not preparing people, because the full moon actually hit noon yesterday, was when the peak time was. And forgive me, I into so much, kind of forgot. So that's why I kind of did my show yesterday. Didn't do it when the peak. So please forgive me for that. But I think that was called last night. The moon we're under now is the wolf moon, I believe. The wolf moon, because the wolves are most active this time of year. Yep. You notice the people that have intelligence get 2 seconds versus the eggheads, they get 30 seconds. Absolutely. They cut people off. And they're still prepping people for positions. Like whoever the chick from Hawaii that ran for president, she was on one of the shows tonight. Had her all looking, her hair's all whipped looking, cute woman. But it was just interesting. They try to keep you out there. So the ones that they want to hype up, they're trying to keep their names out there. Like everybody's making a big deal that Trump set up his, what is it called? Former president. He's taken the title of former president, the office of the former president. Now, we know Trump didn't start any wars, pulled troops out, and we got bombs. What Biden been in a few weeks now, and they talking about going back to war with people. Talking about starting aggressions again. Starting aggressions. And people were so in love with Obama and not really knowing and following his policies or who he was really trained by. He was still under them Nazis. And the Nazis wasn't all, how can I say this? The Nazis were the only one that fought the real enemy today. I'll say that about the Nazis. They were the only country that fought the real enemy of the people today. I'm not going to name those people, but the Nazis fought them. They were the only ones. Americans went on that enemy side. But the Nazis is the only one that fought those people. But we have Obama he was nothing but a person that was educated by the Bushes. That's why he went after them to where they had Bill. You see how they went? I mean, think about what Biden has. Biden has what Obama had. Obama had both houses, the House and the Senate. Remember when Obama started off? And then midway through, they had the tea party, tea baggers. Remember that? That's not even a thing anymore. The people that were so against Obama. Remember that? So now we have a replay of that. Watch the same thing. Watch them lose the majority. And we're only talking about a year before they start campaigning again for the midterms. And watch the same thing play out. They're going to lose the majority just like Obama did. Well, we're not being represented. That's how they do it. We're not being represented. Lazaro, you're Luigi. Okay, Luigi, welcome. Get what you're saying. Okay, I'm glad you do. The reason why we are having aggression is because we have the new cons back in the White House. And as you know, they are war hawks. Rumsfeld and them. Yeah, well, Rumsfeld remember what Rumsfeld said. Rumsfeld said $1 trillion was missing. And then the next day or two, 9/11. That was their way of getting out of stealing the $1 trillion. 9/11 was their way of getting $1 trillion was missing from the budget, from the military, unaccounted for. You can see Rumsfeld say this speech, and then within days, 9/11 hit, and no one asked again about where all this money went. Where'd the money go? I mean, we can give one country that has 8 million people equivalent of 56 million each for each person. 56 million for each person is what they just got. And they want to give you 600 and fighting. And this is the thing, want to give them more. They almost gave them for 8.8 million people. It went to the $500 million was almost 50 some million per person. And this new package wants to even give them more money. And they're crying about the average person getting another $1,400. Well, you might get it in March. The neocons go back to the Nazis. They're going to try. Oh, do you know who made the term Nazis? Because remember, the Germans called themselves National Socialists. The same people I'm talking about that got the 500 million came up with that term. I don't know if people know that. The Nazis, they didn't call themselves Nazis. They called them National Socialists. That's what they called each other. That was a term on the people that got the 500 million. They came up with the term Nazis, them and their social scientists, a way to make it a stigma, you know, something that's stuck, a connotation. Nazis came here when they left Germany. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here in South America. Yep. They set them up here. I mean, it's more than Operation Paperclip, much more. They set them up all around America. And then they would give up one here or there. They'd give up one. But they didn't give up none of them scientists that was building bombs. Make you think that people went on a tin can up to and was able to fly around the moon and land on the moon. They're such liars. And then the Soviets were so gullible. There's no way they could have believed that because they shouldn't have believed that they went up there. Yep, 1 trillion gone. You see what they're doing with the GameStop. They are basically telling the little guy to go F themselves, and we are all seeing it. The group Robin Hood has it backwards, taken from the, well, yeah, but what they did is a lot of the little people said, okay, we're going to stick it back to you. And that's what they did. And that's why they cut them off. Because they, see, this is what they don't like. When people strategy against their ass and use their same rules, that's what they do. And when they saw it was going to benefit regular people as a strategy, Robin Hood cut regular people off in front of, instead of the hedges. And again, the majority of hedge fund people are the people that got the 500 million. Look at all the hedge funds, the majority of the big hedge funds people. Somebody put a chart out there, and the majority of them got the 500 million. They are those people. So somebody wanted to protect those people again, that are the bankers, but the hedge funds operators. And one of the shows I did have on showing Kramer talked about an artificial movement or a scripted movement by the funds during this pandemic. I showed it with Kramer on Mad Money, and he said it. Well, actually, he said it in one of the morning shows. He says, there's no way this is real. It looks like someone has manipulated this. He clearly says it. They kept him on the air. He's told the truth. And they kept him on the air, but he told the truth. Like you said, they're losing control. I think so, too. I definitely think so. Yes, Gary, definitely. Tiny hats. We see the matrix. We see the machine. Yes, we do, read my soul. We do. We do. We do. And I, and honestly, I can't think of even the campaign against me. I can't think it's totally about my sports shows. It has to be about something else. Because I also talked about what I just mentioned, that the enemy, that the Germans were the only ones that fought against. The history of who really the Bolsheviks were. The history of who Lenin, who Trotsky, who Stalin were. They were all part of this. The Bolsheviks killed the Christian monarchs. I'll leave it there. You have to look at pharma companies to start. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's Rockefeller's. The Rockefeller is the one that saw money in medicine, and he got rid of all the natural doctors. Now, the oath you give is a Rockefeller oath. You give your oath to the Rockefellers. You give your oath to a system that makes money. You're not really giving an oath to help people, which some doctors do, don't get me wrong. But the oath that you are giving is to the Rockefeller to make money as a doctor, to keep these pharmacies being the good grace. Because a lot of times when they write prescriptions, they get bonuses. And don't tell me they don't, because I know they do. They get bonuses for writing prescriptions. I blow big stacks. Bill Gates, only 9% of the farmland now in America. Yeah, that's ridiculous. They are benefiting the most of all the owned by the elites. Yep. Garlic cures most ailments. Yeah. Like they just gave me some medicine. And I got a friend on Facebook that she be on it about the medicines. Now I admit the stuff I take. I take certain things and it helps me. Pain is a mother. I'll say this: pain is a motherfucker. I mean, pain becomes so normal to people that live with pain that it's just a normal thing that you accept, that you just hurt, and you get to hurting so long, it's just a natural part of everything. And then you find things that can relieve this. And so it's not bad to find things that help. Because pain's not fun, but it becomes like it's almost becomes normal. And there are things that can relieve the pain. And like you were saying with crystals, I mean, this crystal is really taking it upon myself to take a lot of this pain out of my thumb by just simply moving this. It is accepted that responsibility. And this is really not one of the parts that this stone will do, but this stone sees that it fits perfectly, that I need this, and it helps me. And it helps keep my thumbs from hurting so much and getting stiff and not being able to move. And so it's taking that responsibility, and it helps. And this is something natural. And I'm not going to have any therapists that will give that. Well, if you twirl that thing around your hand, you might feel a little better. But yeah, I mean, when they came to America, there were so many natural herbs and stuff here that could heal people. And that is why the witch hunt went on. Because again, even before the Rockefellers came, they didn't want any healing without the blessing of the Puritans. Because any kind of natural healing was looked at as witchcraft. And they tried to kill that seed of natural healing. Because that's what most of the women were doing, is they were dealing with the people that were the woodland Indians, and they were getting natural things that were outside of the church. There wasn't a church person finding these herbs, then it was, and like I was talking with Tasha when I did my show with Tasha She, talking about Dr. Quinn, and she knew all the natural herb, and that's Dr. Quinn medicine woman was a slap in the face. It was a slap in the face to the American Indians, because here again you have a European acting like a mother, a great mother, a healing mother. So it took the European woman to be the great mother or the healing mother. Do you understand what they did? They put her in buckskins and everything. But she was imitating one of the Americans. that was able to heal people. She was imitating all those mothers and taking all those mothers' power and putting it into the European. And that's, when we look at the Messiah movie coming out about Fred Hampton, the movie is almost just as much about the snitch. They give the main character as the snitch just as much as talking about Fred. You put a cat that's 10 years older than him, ain't no way that cat gonna play an 19, 20-year-old. So that takes away the power of the youth by putting this 30-year-old in there and a 30-year-old African. And you can't tell me you couldn't find a 19, 20, 21-year-old American to play that part. It's the same thing they did to Harriet Tubman. And I know that a lot of people saying, was Harriet Tubman real or not? Well, there were some Tubmans that had something to do with Liberia. And a lot of that lore is taking people off of farms and shipping them over to Liberia. You can find the Tubman's name. I don't know if it's the first president, but one of them early presidents that came from America was a Tubman. And that is part of it. But yeah, no real person named Tubman did any of those stories. All you find is an X. So there was no real person that physically wrote stories. But then again, this is supposed to be American. We have African flavor. So it's a slap in the face to us. I even take this further. It's like, why did they start going to Africa to bring players? Why did they start going to Europe to bring players? Now, we know butts in the seats for Europeans. They brought them European-looking people to put butts in the seats. But why the Africans? Why did they bring Africans over here? And people from Europe, Spain, those type of countries, when you've got thousands of people in America that played the sacred ball game. We didn't need Hakeem Olajuwon. We had Hakeem Olajuwon in Michigan, in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, all over America. We had people just as talented as him. So why did we need people from Africa to play the sacred ball game? And you know what? It's not even the sacred ball game anymore. It's the continuous game. It's the continuous game of the Heroes Twins. That's the proper name of it. The continuous game, because it's continuous because it's always played. It's always played. Since the Hero Twins put games in, the game has been continuous because that's all they do is continue to play the game. And our goal is to stop you, the beast that has corrupted the Hero Twins game, of the game being continuous. And continuous covers every game with a ball. It's always being played somewhere. Always being played somewhere. You take a rubber ball and throw the ball and your dog get it. That comes back to America because balls were created here. Nowhere else did they have rubber balls. So why? Why do you need them? Why do you need the Greek freak come? Why did you need him? I don't understand that. You can't tell me when that guy came here, he was better than Americans that lived here that play college ball. They came in that same draft class because he was a project when he came. So why? Why is the push to bring on foreigners that are dark-skinned or melanated? Why is that push? Well, it's to push Americans out of it. It's not good enough anymore that you have the sacred ball game in your DNA. It's not good enough anymore. They want to push you out. They really want a league with no Americans playing. They really do. Well, no American melanated people. Yeah, they'll push in the Zion. Look how many they bring over from other countries. And it makes no sense. You have 300 football teams. You don't see a lot of players coming from Europe to play football, do we? Did anybody watch the Korean baseball last summer? Anybody ever watch Japanese baseball? Do you believe those people are good enough to play? I mean, really, like, watch that baseball and say, do they really deserve to be in America? Oh, and I want to say this. Pat is 6'4". I forgot to say that. Pat is 6'4". I looked it up, like, yeah, I guess Pat was kind of a bigger guy. I was about 6'1" back then. Pat was about Pat 6'4". So Pat Senior is a big guy and still loaded. I was kind of surprised to see him. So I didn't want to say that. So, but still, dunking on 6'8" Tyrone was quite a feat to watch. Let me see. Someone asked something. Oh, there we go. Guinness could be programmed, but Guinness brothers, two of his brothers, one plays for the Lakers and got a ring, even though he wasn't activated. He got a ring. Why are they all in the league? Doesn't make sense. Garlic cures. Hakeem could hoop. I'm not saying he couldn't. Why is it continuous? The ball game never ends. If you look at the Hero Twins, you go to the Pop Evolve, and what they do, everything they do is they get done with their work and then they play the game. And the game is a continuous game because it never ends. Once the game was started, the game never ended. It is always being played in America. Now, of course, at night, but the game is went global. So the game is always played. And that's why it's continuous, because it's continuous because any ball game is the sacred ball game. Any ball game. Anytime a ball is involved, it is part of the sacred ball game. That's what makes it continuous. It's because it permeates through every sport that has a ball. And that's what makes it continuous, because some form of that use of that ball is constantly being used. Again, even goes into throwing the ball with your dog. That is part of it. Because really, the way they started playing, if you want to go into the Omen lands, and I can put you there a little bit, they had the excess rubber that they were using to seal their boats, to seal their living quarters. And they had this excess rubber, and the children started taking it and just throwing it at each other. That is kind of how it started. And so the adults took it and started shaping it. And you know the game Two Square? Pretty much how it started. And then they would put a line and have teams and just start throwing it like artillery. Or some of you guys might call it dodgeball. And then one day somebody found out they could catch it in a basket. So they made little smaller baskets they could catch it in. One day a person found out he could hit it with a stick. I mean, bowls, the Super Bowls go back into the way the sacred ball game was played in Arizona. Look up Arizona Bowls. Pinterest gives you a lot of pictures for it. That's where the idea of a bowl comes from. My junior high had a bowl. If you go to Michigan, you see Chrysler Arena, and then you look down and you go down about 5, 6 stories down. It is in a true bowl. You're up here in the parking lot and you got to walk down into the stadium that holds 100,000 plus people. That is where bowls come from, the way they played the sacred ball game in Arizona. Look it up. And so the continuous is because it goes through every sport. I guess that's what I mean. And so we're reclaiming it as the keepers of the continuous game, of the representations of the Hero Twins. We are not the Cain and Abel. We rock with our brother. We don't stop. We fight with our brother. We don't fight our brother. We fight with our brother. We break their Cain and Abel, because that's what they want with the way they corrupted the ball game is your town against my town, your team against my team, my political party against this political party. It's all Cain and Abel to keep you fighting, keep you taking sides. Oh yeah, Ghana's. I caught Ghana's I did a video on Ghana's doing this. You know, he does commercials. So when you start doing commercials, you be in them rooms. There's no way to get out of it. You've been in them rooms. I mean, going back to Magic Johnson. He was in them rooms. Him and Will Smith was known in the same thing. They would get anybody. Whoever they pointed it to, they would go get him. It was a wrinkly little ugly man that liked to be bent over, and then that's what they would do. That was Magic and Will Smith, but especially Magic. And he had a wizard as a handler, Dr. What's it, Cook? No, what is their name? Bus. The one that runs it now was the party girl. Now she runs a sports pro team. So these are just things to consider. Like I get into it with my mother about Hollywood and Crowley. And it's like, you ain't studied this stuff. She was like, well, you know, the QAnon and the baby eating. I'm like, no, it didn't start with QAnon. It started with Crowley. And if you study Crowley, you see what they do in Hollywood. The system was set up and has not stopped being that system. It goes back to Fatty Arbuckle sticking a Coke bottle up a girl, sacrificing even then that perversion kind of murder. Jeannie Buzz is a MK sex kitten. There you go, Gray. Yep. There you go. She is. Absolutely. That's how she was raised. Remember, this chick was in Playboy. Bus was in Playboy. This supposedly billion-dollar owner was in Playboy. Like 83, 84. You can see her with her little bitty boobs and no ass. You know, Playboy, when they started having the artificial breast, none of the chicks would have asses. Not like now where they just get all the, you know, and there's people on my Facebook, these chicks, they get the implants in their ass and then they wear the waist things, you know, corsets. The corsets that shown that they worked back in around the turn of the 1900s, corsets. Now women are wearing corsets and you can make your waist trimmer. I mean, you're kind of torturing yourself by wearing this thing, but it will shape you up. And then they get whatever the injections or the add-on to the asses, and you got these. What was her name? Sandra Barrett, the big butt woman they stuffed. That's what the hoop dresses of around the 1900s was. It's trying to show like when she had the butt, but they had to wear hoops to look like that. Oh, I don't know. I just get on these tangents. I done chewed the heck out of this thing. Nicotine is very relaxing. I'll say that. I see how children, and you know, when children do the when they vape and the 50 nig and the salt, I just don't. But it's very addictive. I mean, nicotine is very addictive. I have a son that his girlfriend used to smoke. Now she only vapes. And of course, when she comes home, she's vaping and he's addicted to it too. I know my 18-year-old probably in some way as well. And neither me or his mother ever smoked cigarettes. Oh, yes, Read My Soul, it is. Bucks or Chiefs score prediction. The over and under is 57, 50, no, it's 56.5. So I'm thinking something like 31 to probably, I would say 37 to like 30, something like that. I'm guessing. I don't think they're going to shut the Bucks out. Again, when for the Chiefs to play bad, they always do turnovers. Like look at what we saw in the game we just saw with the Chiefs. Number 17 fumbles. They get the ball, score. Then he gets 1 or 2 touchdowns. Didn't he get 2 touchdowns after that? You see how they did it? It's like, okay, you got to make this mistake, but we'll let you get the touchdown later. That's the kind of way they do it. And so we're going to see Chiefs do turnovers because that seems to be the only way they slow them down. Is like what we saw when they played Tennessee last year, all the turnovers. And then they have to come from behind. Again, when Russell Wilson lost to Brady, when he threw the interception on the 1 or 2. Brady didn't play well then. Brady didn't play well the second half the other day. So I don't know how much longer that's him being old is believable. Like Drew Brees' wife saying he had a torn rotator cuff. You wouldn't throw. You wouldn't throw. Look at baseball and pitchers. When they have torn rotator cuffs, they shut it down because they know you could get permanent injury. So you telling me Drew Brees don't know that? That if he's trying to throw, like my rotator cuff's been torn for at least 4 years. I can't throw left-handed. My strength hand is left-handed, but I don't throw left-handed. But even if I like right now, I'm going through elbow problems. So I have my left arm is very weak, and plus I have a torn rotator cuff. But I have a torn. This is torn here, and I have it torn back there. So I know how weak my arm is. You can't tell me that man that supposedly had 3 or 4, 5 broken ribs and a punctured lung. But I think they shamed him to push him out. His wife came up that with a cover story. But that quarterback is dying. Even the boy from Clemson coming in is not the stiff stand there quarterback that Brady, Breeze, Big Ben. The day of the stand there stiff quarterback is over. That is why they're letting Brady play. They're trying to keep that going because of what it represents. It represents USA, the big person standing there like he's holding the flag during a battle. That is what it represents. The true American in their eyes standing there while the battle is going around him. He's standing there tall. He doesn't run around. No, he stands there like Stonewall Jackson. That's what Brady, Breeze, and those type of quarterbacks are. They're Stonewall Jacksons. Remember how the Mannings, when they got sacked, they had the Manning flop, they called it. The Manning flop. Any kind of thing near them, they was dropping. Notice the Mannings never took hard hits. Y'all notice that? They never took hard hits. Tom Brady's never taken a really hard hit. Even when he got his leg hurt, it wasn't a hard hit. Guy just hit him low, and when his leg was locked in. And that might have been a way to reel him in, too. It was like, hey, we can take this thing away from you. So you better listen to us. Bucks defense looking fast and stout. Bucks have a good defense, no doubt. Hard bet to make. Honestly, I don't want to doubt Brady, but Mahomes is damn good. Yeah. And Dell, he is. I agree. Good old Captain America, but the big black dude's protecting him. Oh no, you got to watch. You got to watch Brady's center. Eason, I think is his name. Watch him. He is a dirty player. That's why I showed him clipping the dude, blocking in the back. But watch him. When you watch the Super Bowl, watch Brady's center. That dude, they pull him. They run a kind of a pitch play, kind of outside play. They pull the center. They pull this guy is good and he's dirty. He kicks players, and I just started watching him one game, and I was like, this dude is the trip. He is the dirtiest dude, but they let him block in the back with a ref right there, did not call it. And then Troy says that he made a good block. He called a block in the back a good block. Like people forget that you just saw a clip, block in the back that should have been called. But that's how they look at you, as us as just stupid people. They think we forget. So, yes. So that's the trip. And so that's the thing is, once that dies, a part of what their myth dies of the Stonewall. You guys get that metaphor? That is what it stands for. The George Washington standing there watching his troops win. General Lee standing there watching his troops win. Ulysses Grant Eisenhower being the general, being in charge. Remember, Eisenhower was the supreme commander of all the troops in Europe. Remember that? Supreme commander. He was over all of it. Like, how is that? England and them had been fighting for 2 or 3 years before Eisenhower went over there. They had already been fighting. But you know what? Because of the money. Because of who was building the most tanks, most bullets, most guns, is why Eisenhower was over everything. And then plus his training, he was excellent in logistics. That's what people underestimate about Eisenhower. He was probably one of the best logistics commanders we've ever had. And that's why we really didn't lose in Vietnam. We never lost a major battle, and we never were stopped from logistics. I had an excellent book years ago, and we did not lose in Vietnam. We pulled out, but to say we lost, people say, well, that's the one war we lost. We didn't lose. They never took over the South. That was our goal, is to stop them from taking over the South. And they never did that. They didn't do it until we pulled out. So no, we didn't lose. And I'm saying we, but I'm just saying as them trying to shame the people that fought, because that's what they did with them. You met Hamburger Hill, he tells the guy, don't wear your uniform. You have people that grew up and watched the parades of the World War II people coming back as heroes. Why did the Vietnam people, why do you think they felt any different? They watched the John Wayne movies as children. They watched cowboy movies as children. And study some of these Vietnamese, or study some of these Vietnam area guys that enlisted and the reasons why they enlisted. It was that John Wayne cowboy stuff. But once they went to war, don't you think they had every right to feel that they'd be cheered when they came home? But propaganda. And John Kerry is just as responsible as anyone. And John Kerry talked bad. And John Kerry was in the rear with the gear. Not a real fighting man. He was never in danger. Skull and Bones, you think they put a Skull and Bones in Vietnam was going to make him in danger? No, he posed for them pictures over there. That man was never in danger. And then he spoke bad about something he had no knowledge of. Tried to say our people were baby killers. Even the dude they convicted for My Lai, he had 3 or 4 men killed in the village as they went through. How you think that's going to make you feel? You go through a village and your men get killed, and these people say no one's there to kill your men. How do you think you feel about that? I mean, anyone out there, how do you think you're going to feel? These are your men that you are responsible for, and 4 or 5 get killed. You think, what do you think? It's war. There's no rules in war. There are no rules in war. There aren't any rules. That's what this war means. No rules. I've talked to many veterans. One guy said it perfect. He was like, I liked it. And he was a little crazy, but he was like, crazy people like that. And I understood what he meant. And almost all of them say the same thing. It was 12 months of no rules. 12 months of no rules. And when my grandfather went with Patton to Africa, my grandfather, matter of fact, when they fired Patton and demoted, well, they never really demoted him, but they took his command away. My grandfather stayed with that unit all the way to Germany, or excuse me, my great uncle. He stayed in the army 4 years. He fought all 4 years. In Vietnam, you go in a year. How do you learn? How do you really learn in a year? When you watch Platoon and the guy, one of the new guys gets killed, what does he say? He says, how do they expect him to know something? He just got here. How did you expect to win when you were retreating, removing people after 12 months? How did you really think you were going to win like that? As soon as the person knows the job and then he gets to go home. That's not a way to win. Our wars were never like that before, even going back to when they had Washington fighting. Matter of fact, the Continental Army was about to book out because they done served their time, and they begged them to re-up. Said, please re-up for another couple of years. We'll give you a little more silver. Oh, you know what time it is when you see John Kerry in the White House. Yeah, the fix is in. There you go. It royally sucks. It does. It does. Hey, hit that like button. Well, thank you. Read my soul. War is all about the money. Exactly. Exactly. Like, this is the thing. When you watch a Vietnam show, watch Budweiser, watch Winston cigarettes, watch Pepsi, watch Coke, watch all those you see over there when you watch Vietnam stuff. Do you know how much money was generated? The 70s, like in the 50s, they knew the car companies, they weren't going to make as much money off cars. They knew that in the 50s. And they knew they were going to start laying. They were so greedy that the only way they could make money was bust up the unions. That was their main goal, is to bust up the unions moving forward, to take those union jobs to other states that didn't pay. So you working at General Motors, you making $60 an hour. They send you to Ohio, you make $15 an hour. That's what they did, and that's what they wanted. They didn't want to have to keep paying. Kellogg's did the same thing, and they shouldn't have been allowed to leave. But in the 70s, 70, 71, or 67, 68, when the Vietnam War was going, yeah, it was protest, but the economy was booming. Booming. Everyone was working. I tell the joke, dude got fired from the General Motors, and he was like, I ain't worried about it. I'll go across the street and start working. And damn if he didn't. He got fired off the first shift job, went across the street, started working second shift that quickly. Jobs was that plentiful. And no, they weren't making, the unions were making good money. Lockheed Martin sells bombs to everybody. They don't care. No. Camel no filters, C rations. There you go. They do. And chocolate bars. And chocolate bars. Yep. They would give you cigarettes. Red Cross would give you cigarettes. You would get Red Cross packages with cigarettes in them. And see, the Americans don't want to admit that they was taking crystal meth too. They won't tell you that Hitler was taking crystal meth. They want to tell you that the American soldiers was taking crystal meth, and the British soldiers was taking crystal meth, and the Russian soldiers was taking crystal meth. They don't want to tell you that part. They just want to tell you the Nazis was taking it. The National Socialists was taking crystal meth. Well, they were high when they fought. Remember in the platoon where when after they bombed their own camp, and the next day there's a dead Vietnamese soldier, and Tony Quinn's son hits a dead body, and he takes the weed out of the dead body's pocket. Remember that part? One of the ending scenes. That guy's a Quinn, like Anthony Quinn's son. So government contracts gets everybody rich after 1913 sounds about right. Yeah. I mean, that's what it was. It was wars, like getting out of the Depression. I mean, they knew Pearl Harbor was coming. They created it. Part of the reason they went to war in Japan was for the Rockefellers that didn't want to compete with rubber. The Asians were starting to take over the rubber market. So they convinced them to go to war to stop that, so they could take the rights to those rubber plantations. That's why we went to war with Japan. It had nothing to do with being attacked. That is the reason why they did the oil embargo. They knew that they weren't going to try to fight and keep those. And the other part is the Japanese is the only ones that beat the Europeans out them islands. People don't really talk about that. They pushed Europeans out of Asia, damn near to the Philippines. They beat them out, followed the Philippines, and was threatening India. They was threatening Australia. People don't talk about that. They put the colonizers out. Japan had it all. They kicked them out of China. They definitely kicked them out of Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. They beat them all the way up, damn near to Australia. And that's not highlighted. No one else has done that to Europeans like that. And that should be highlighted. That wasn't a bad thing. Where melanated people controlled melanated lands. Japan was darker skinned at that time too. Contracts got yeah, Rocky. There's a picture that you can find of the Japanese generals, and all of them is dark brown skinned guys, but melanated people. Now, there's some very sadistic people. I'll be the first to say that. Not going to just end it, but you have to look at the other part of it. That was, in a way, a good thing to put them out of those lands. It showed that it was possible to beat them. That's the point. But I have to say, this beast is desperate. This is the most desperate this beast has been in my lifetime. And so I think the people have a chance. We just have to get the like minds together and spiritually beat them as well. Because once we win the spiritual war, we'll win the physical war, because we'll break down all this false stuff, not be under Good Germans, Goods. You say, oh God, you're talking about a person. You were talking about a person that lived and walked around just like you did. You're not talking about an entity. You're talking about a person. They know this. It up to God status, to Good status. Like I'm reading this Toltec stuff. They didn't call it that. These had individual names and individual personalities. There was no word for God. When they came to America, there was no word. But they saw them everywhere. One thing that India does and gives a lot of power is when you see a Shiva, you see a lifelike character and all his little gods around him. And there's a lot more power in that. And granted, illusion and all that, but it's just, you can see the energy that people can get off seeing those kinds of things. Just an old man talking. It's crazy because the places in Japan have it's crazy because those places in Japan have bounced back and been thriving like nothing happened. Well, this is what happened is once MacArthur went in there, the dude who created quality control was laughed at all the car companies. The dude who created quality control departments, or he created quality control, he went to all the big three companies and they laughed at him. And so when MacArthur, the guy, I don't know if he was in one of the army groups, but the guy was in the service and he took it to MacArthur and said, look, I can get these back. Matter of fact, I have these practices that I know they'll make good products. When I was a child, everything was made in Japan. When you went to the Five and Dime, it said made in Japan, everything. Nixon, we didn't even trade with China. Nixon opened that up. What good did that do us to partner with China like we partner with them? What good did that really do the average American? Now we get their junk. You know how much junk they make? Go in the dollar store, all that junk they make in the dollar stores. They should ban dollar store toys. They're nothing but junk. Of course, the dolls, but most of the stuff is just throwaway. Throwaway stuff that cost them pennies to make and then charge you $1. Well, they charge you what your dollar's worth. That's why most of the stuff is 97, 98, 99. Because every day the dollar ain't worth $1. Most days it ain't worth $1. Most days our dollar is not worth $1. And yeah, when you buy and spend things, you don't feel it, but worldwide, your dollar's less. Very few days it's worth more than $1. I almost choked. I almost went, spit everything up. Any good literature that deals with this? Which part? Which part? I don't know which part you mean. Like you can study the war in Japan, and And you can, the thing on quality control, I wish I could remember his name. I took a class and the class talked about this cat. But yeah, study the reconstruction of Japan and you'll find that guy's name. Like when you see what was the movie where it was Michael Keaton was in it and Gung Ho. Gung Ho shows how quality control departments were set up in a way, how they were doing the exercises and the bending. But yeah, study the reconstruction of China, excuse me, of Japan. You can find that. I'm trying to think. Don't do the biography of MacArthur. It's a book on MacArthur when MacArthur was, because MacArthur became MacArthur made them give him the same title that Eisenhower had. So when the Japanese surrendered, MacArthur was made the supreme commander of all that, of I think it was called East Asian Affairs or something like that. He was made the supreme commander. So technically, MacArthur was the commander of Japan. I would look at that part. Look into that when find the books where MacArthur takes over Japan, and that how they brought them back and quality control comes in on how MacArthur took over Japan. If that's the part you want to know, you can find that. You can find that. You can see the worth of $1 at grocery stores. Yeah, that's why like the pennies. The pennies are making a comeback, but that's why most things are 99 cents because the dollar ain't a dollar most days. It's actually a lot less. Yep, and prices go up and up. Yeah, I mean, take a vet. In 1970, a new vet, which was a race car, cost about 10 grand. Now that same car is like 100 grand. Who can afford that? I took my mother's car in to get her oil changed. She has a 300S. And there was a dude in there that was driving away a red-eyed demon Charger. $92,000. $92,000. And I'm gonna be honest, all that cheap stuff that's in my mom's car, you look in the 300s. The 300s, it's a lot of cheap looking shit in there. And I'm looking in there because, he didn't mind, I'm looking at this car and I'm thinking, if I got a Mercedes for $90,000, it don't look as cheap as this shit looking here. Yeah, it's got a monster engine, but look at all this cheap shit. I'm looking at the seats. I'm like, you just bought it for the engine because it's the same cheap ass Chrysler looking shit. The same dash my mother got in a 12. Or the one I had a 5. Same stuff, the same plasticky stuff. I mean, it's like, what are you buying? I'm just looking at it like, for 100 grand, you get a Benz and it ain't cheap looking inside. But you want that monster engine. You see any Anthony Hopkins getting the vaccines, almost had the Hannibal Lecter mask on. Can't make it up. Those cars age horribly and quick. Yeah. Did you see any Anthony Hopkins? No, I didn't. It made me wonder about John Chaney. Like they didn't say if John Chaney had got the shot and passed. I don't know. John Chaney died, 8 days after his birthday, I think Zach said. So, and I didn't think he was a great coach. He was a good player. I'll say that. He was a good player. He did take Champlin State, which is a black college, to win the Division II championship. So that is a high. I think he's the only coach that ever did that. But at Temple, when he had Mark, I don't know. He didn't coach well. Now, when they got in the tournament, he did not coach well. And I watched him year after year. And then I just wasn't impressed with his coaching ability. I did like the way him and John Thompson spoke up for Prop 48, forcing young men to stay in college. And it was clearly, Prop 48 was clearly aimed at melanated people to make them stay in college. So you get shamed because you ain't got good grades. So you got to be shamed your freshman year. Because that's what it meant. You were shamed because you didn't have good grades. It was a stigma attached to you. Oh, he didn't have good grades, so he can't play. He can't play. And they wasn't giving him an extra year. That counted against your 4 years. So they was trying to keep players there longer. That's what Prop 48 was for. Yes, you got shamed, but we get to keep you for at least another year. Forcing players to stay. And then look what the NBA does. Now you got to stay. You got to stay. Do you think that benefited the player or that benefited college, making them stay a year. NFL does it even bolder. They make you be 20 years old. Now, the NFL is a lot different. Physically, it takes physically, it's harder to go in the NFL out of high school. It's almost impossible because you just aren't physically there. You're not strong enough. But basketball is a different thing. You let the people play golf. You let the people play tennis. But when it comes to melanated dominated sports, no, you can't go straight pro. I blow big stacks. Yeah, college is slavery. Have you seen CNN talking about stock market the past 2 days and Robin Hood? Yeah, Miguel, we talked about that earlier. I did a show on that with Kennedy talking about that. Because the young people got together and said, you're not going to dog this company that so many gamers love. And so they went after it. And them hedge funds people didn't dig that shit. And didn't dig it to the point where they made them where they couldn't trade on Robinhood. And then the Robinhood guys sit there and just, because I watched that interview earlier too. That's why I showed, I think his name is Pence. I think or no, that's not his name. But I showed the brother. That's why I showed him. And he went off. That brother went off and he was like, who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? Here, the average man is has a say in system that is basically rigged because the stocks are rigged. It's not an organic system. It is rigged, and again. When normal people start winning, they want to change the laws. They want to change the rules. That's how they always do it. That's how the elites do it. If the laws benefit the common man, they have to run and change it. Just like I tell the story about the first brother that was a billionaire. He owned Beatrice. All of a sudden, all his ads guy got Hunt's ketchup by Beatrice. I mean, they want to change the rules. They want to shame. And this is the system that you got to pay attention to. Well, it's not for the common people. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's not for the common people at all. And that's what you have to realize. That's why, and this is probably what got me in trouble on my last channel. You know, January 6th was not about real people. There were a lot of actors. It was actors. That's what it was. It was acting. And I still stick with that the people in power, those was their people. Those, because I've talked to some people that was there, and yeah, they wasn't doing all that. They brought in people, and them people did that. So that was an inside job. But see, if you look at Pelosi, she wants to tie it all to gun confiscation. She wants to say, no, none of my fellow House people can bring guns in the House. And they want to ride that into the rest of the country. And that, to me, why they brought Harris in. That if she becomes president, that's going to be her main platform, is turning into guns. We don't want to take your guns away from you. We just don't want you to have guns while you're in town. You remember that? Anybody on TV is considered an actor. Yeah, exactly. They get any kind of attention. Yes, they are. I agree. They are a type of actor. It is not a real thing. They are artificial. They are type of artificial. That's why we look at these talking heads. They giving commentary. They ain't giving facts. I'm down here with the best hospital in the world. Mayo said last year that they wasn't going around with John Hopkins. John Hopkins was lying about the numbers, and Mayo was like, we ain't using your numbers. But what do they have on CNN? Mayo numbers. Again, and maybe they didn't like this. Maybe they did not like this. World birth and death reports. There are 7,800,000,000 people. This year alone, there were 11 million people born. Only 4 million people died. Today's deaths were 4 million. So there were, let me get it today. Okay. 40,000 people were born today, 16,000 deaths. 11 million births, 4 million people died this year. So do you see? This is what you have to base it on. Not these numbers they saying. You have to base it on the world births and deaths. But matter of fact, you can just go to American births and deaths, and the same numbers come out. There's no reason to all this panic. But I love this. It got the spending, the public health spending. It's got how many books is published, how many TVs was made, how many cellular phones was made today, money spent on video games, internet users today, emails sent today, blog posts, tweets. 84 million tweets, 809 million Google searches. We lost 400,000 hectares of land. There were 780 metric tons of toxic chemicals released in the environment. We have 800 million undernourished people. 700 million overweight people in the world. I am one of them. I ain't no little dude. I am 6 foot and I weigh 244. I should be closer to 180. I would look really skinny though. So this is a pretty good app. But this is the bottom, this is what it is. This is how you determine if you should be scared or not, because those are the real numbers. How about the Vatican money issues? The church losing control too. This website is called, and you can find one for just America too, but this is called World-O-Meter. World-O-Meter. The World-O-Meter. That is the app. But you can find one for America that does American births and deaths. It was something. How about the Vatican money issues? Well, it was interesting. They did a reboot of Godfather 3, because Godfather 3 shows the murdering of the Pope banker. It shows how they killed the popes, and it shows how the Pope was involved in drugs and money laundering. So this has been going on, and you look up Godfather 3. It's not a new movie. It's been out for probably 20 years. I think this was like the 20th year of it or something like that. So this is how long the Vatican has been into everything. Everything. And remember, the Vatican people they're not Catholics. They pretend they're Catholics, but they're not Catholics. Just look at their dress. Look at their rituals. They're not Catholics. They just pretend like that. There's something else. Isn't that funny? You push a sect, but the people who are in charge of the sect ain't of the sect. Isn't that some shit? I'm gonna say that again. You push a sect, but the people in charge of the sect are not part of it. They are a whole different religion. They're a whole different thing. That's the evilness about it. They're just pretending. But they're losing control too. They're losing people. Well, what did they say? What did they say? The War of the Gods, or the unicorn, or the Pegasus. What did they say? When people start believing, they disappear. Remember the Christmas story? You got to believe in Santa so the reindeer can take off and the sled can take off. Once you stop believing in the Gould disappears. They disappear. You don't talk about Fight Club, ain't no Fight Club. The Vatican. People are catching up. We get them rich, our time, attention, and energy. Yep. App worth $1 billion is free. Hindu, the Vatican, exactly just like Thanos. Yeah, you stop believing in them and they disappear. That it was like the guy Sly had from Texas. He said he saw the movie, and I kind of laughed at that part because it's like, wait a minute, you didn't read the information, you just going by seeing the movie. It's like, yeah. And he was saying how Jesus worked for him, and I'm like, what? Let's go down to Texas and find out what Jesus he works for, because I haven't seen Jesus help a lot of people. So we need to go talk to that brother, and we want to know what Jesus really did, or was it him? And then he said he went to jail. So, and I'm not knocking him. So don't say I'm knocking him, but I'm just saying let's look at the facts. He said he knows some information by watching the movies. That's it. That's all you're knowing is watching movies. The movies is not the whole story. It's only part of the story. So you can't just say you watch movies. You got to say, I kind of dug into this stuff a little bit too. Yeah, I'm not trying to knock the guy. Not trying to slant him. But I'm just saying, I want to know what Jesus really did for him. Because it ain't doing a lot for a lot of people. And I can give real scholarship on all of this stuff. Real scholarship. About the whole story. I mean, Malcolm X, in his story, he tells you about Ella, and in the movie they make Ella a hoe. But in reality, he wanted to marry Ella, and he puts Ella in Elijah Muhammad's secretary pool. Elijah Muhammad gets Ella pregnant. She was one of the girls that got pregnant. So how do you think Malcolm felt? The girl he wanted to marry kind of gave her a job, and here's this old man got her pregnant. So do you see why Ella's a prostitute in the movie? Do you see why he speaks bad about Ella? But that's the real story of him and Ella. Not the story that made Malcolm feel good that he put in his biography, and surely not what was shown in the movie. Because if you write your own book, you're going to make yourself look the best. Like if you investigate Malcolm, you investigate it. He was tricking with old dudes. He tells you for himself that he was pouring baby powder on them. You think that was the end of the job? You dig a little deeper, and Malcolm was tricking with these people. Now, I don't know where Craig Fax gets that Malcolm was so rough in Chicago. I've never come across that information, that him and Red Fox was that hanging out and everything. I've never come across that information. Malcolm was really from Boston, the Boston, New York areas. I'm just saying, it's the information is out there. The information is out there. Malcolm had a companion. There's another book, a later book, and I think Crazy Sarge, somebody on here found that other book. It's not Goodwin's book. And it ain't a newer book. It's the newest book that I've read, and it's still probably 10 years. But that book gets into that Malcolm did have companion. He gets into Betty, how Betty was messing around with some of the Muslim brothers. I mean, this is a young woman that was left with all these children. Left for months at a time, a young woman. So she's human. These people are human. I mean, King was the first superstar. King was the first melanated superstar. I think the only person before was probably Joe Louis. But King was the first modern day superstar of the melanated people. And everybody knows how Baptist ministers are, how they have women all over the country. There's no knock on him. He was a man. Very short man, too. But he was a prodigy. Michael King. That was his name. His FBI file starts when he's 5 years old. The guy graduates from high school at 16, starts Morehouse at 16. So you can't tell me he wasn't groomed. Even Malcolm, going back to Malcolm, Malcolm had a better education for a person that was in the system. He had a fairly good education. When he's at that white school, they're showing you that he had an education. Daddy worked for Marcus Garvey, was a Garveyite. So what did you think he was trained for? He was trained for that. Black lap dogs for the elites. There you go. I know Malcolm was an agent, but I didn't know he was like that. I mean, just do the research. But he tells you in his book that this is what he says in his book. He had an old Ofe and he will pour powder on him and put him to bed. Now, come on. Why are you pouring powder on another man? It would have been better just to leave it out, but he knew people knew about that. That's why he said that part, tried to make it look good. And I've sat with Malcolm's brother. I've told this before. I've sat with him. So this ain't just normal, just talking off the top of my head. I spent time with Mr. Little. Matter of fact, I want to say he was a doctor. I want to say he was a philosophy doctor. He had his doctorate. My mom calls him Bob because my mom actually met Malcolm and all the brothers because he had 5 or 6 brothers. And I've told the story before. And she calls him Robert. Yeah, he was a doctor. He has a PhD in something. I can't think of it. And he lived in Battle Creek. And nobody was rushing to talk to this man. I couldn't believe it. I moved back to 85 when I met him? 85, summer of 86. I won't say I met him at 85 though. Yeah, 85. And people wasn't talking to him, which kind of blew my mind. Here's this man, has all this history and all this information, and people wasn't. There was a red tail dude that was part of the red tails that lived in my area, and people wasn't, and I was like, who? I met this one cat I used to make beer with. And he's like, yeah, it's a red tail dude. And I was like, man, let's go find him. Do you know him? And we went and talked to him. Because I found that interesting. Listen to his stories and what they had to go through. The movie about them was kind of goofy, but and it's funny. When you watch a Soldier Story and you see all the dudes wanting to go fight the Nazis, that was a real damn thing. It's like these brothers really wanted to go fight. Like this, I would talk to Vietnam vets that was gung-ho dudes, wasn't dudes that just got drafted, but the gung-ho dudes. And they really was like John Wayne thinking. They really wanted to go over there and like be the hero and kill the yellow people. It was really, just hearing them talk how they felt when they went over there. It was just kind of mind-blowing how they really felt they were doing their duty. And I've talked to World War II vets the same way, as brothers. And they were really gung-ho to go kill some Nazis or go kill Japanese people. And I've told the story before. My great uncle hated Germans and he hated Japanese people till the day he died. And in Battle Creek, which has a base, veterans base, big, one of the bigger ones. Matter of fact, a lot of jobs in Battle Creek is rest homes for veterans. And then you shame all of them by putting these Japanese factories in Battle Creek. Yeah. And when they were thinking about building the industrial park, the veterans were mad. The veterans were pissed off. They were pissed off. They were campaigning everything. And then we found, I said this before, we found the blueprints of what the plan was. They wanted to create a circle of moving people. They bring the temp companies in here. Battle Creek was a small city, little bigger than Prior Lake, probably about 50,000 people. Small city, though. And you don't need a temp company. You don't need temp companies in a city that small. But the thing they wanted to do is This is what they promised the companies. You're no longer going to have to pay benefits, because what we want to do is create a climate where people are constantly rotating between all these Japanese factories. So you don't like a person for something, let him go because he's a temp. You ain't put that much into him. Then he can go to another factory, and then he might be done like that again. Work almost to your 90 days, you get fired for no reason. So you got to go to another factory. Work almost 90 days, you get fired again. And you perpetually don't have to pay benefits, just salary. And this is what they did to the people in Michigan for these Japanese companies. We found one of our friends was the mayor, and we got hold of this plan. This was the plan for the industrial park. The bringing in the temp companies, all of it was in this plan. And we're looking at this shit like, this should be illegal. Because you conspired against these people to take away full-time work. And then the council that let them in, you conspired against the people. They found pipe bombs the night of the yeah, I heard that. They found IEDs, actually. They found actually IEDs too. They claimed 2 IEDs were found. He would be 97 this year, but that he was a principal in Ohio and disciplined whites over blacks, and it wasn't cool. Okay. Similar. Did I miss something? People catching on. We get the Vatican, like black lap dogs, the pipe bombs. Who would be 97? Read my soul. I'm missing something here. They did it in Wisconsin too. Oh, okay. Rocky, they did it in Wisconsin. In DC. Oh, you talking about the Pope or the old Pope? I'm missing something. Read my soul. I'm kind of missing something, but that's all right. I would say this though, everybody. Tonight will probably be another good night to meditate. So whenever you disengage from me, I would say meditate, guys. There's a lot of energy, still moon energy going. Again, it's not going to end until basically Sunday morning. Normally it's 3 days before, 3 days after, something like that, like a total about 4 or 5 days. So where the moon energies are coming in. There is a harmonizer that I should have bought and I didn't, that you use it precisely 3 days after. Start manifesting with this kind of harmonizer. Haven't been able to find it again. Because like even this piece is basically one of a kind. This is kind of one of a kind. Just shot right. Funny, the different cameras. I'm darker in one camera. Like, man, you ain't had your hands done. I don't bite my fingers though. I got out of that nervous habit a long time ago. Was a full. That was the first thing I noticed when I went outside was a full moon. Okay. Oh, my wife's granddad was in Japan. Oh, he's 96. Okay, I got you. Okay. The chimp job problems here in Florida as well. Yeah, it's everywhere. That was the first thing I noticed when yep. On the world meter, they have COVID too in real time. Wow. What about lava rock? Lava rock. Well, I mean, there's several types of lava rock. Technically, obsidian is lava rock. Now, I know you don't probably mean obsidian, but technically it's lava rock. But yeah, you could probably get some energies off that. But harmonizers I only have one of them, but I'll show you. You can watch my video. I do a video on harmonizers. But what harmonizers are equally matched crystals that, again, just the way energy will flow is energy will come in your right hand and energy will come out your left. So this is just a natural flow. So when you have similar kind of crystals like this, you can bring the energies in. And now with Shirite, no negative energy is going to get through this. And then when you have the Shungite, together, there's no, so it's filtered. It's coming in is just good energy for you. But what harmonizers can do for you is you can get that flow of energy moving and trying to manifest or trying to get to your higher self. That's what harmonizers can do for you. But again, watch my video. I'll spend a little more time on it. But that is the purpose. Great thing to relax at lunchtime. If you again, a meditation can be as simple as this: just blinking. You can meditate. I've talked, and again, since I'm starting all over again, you can control a room. Like if you're giving a speech, it's just funny the way you can control people. And I've said this, people, please forgive me, the ones that have heard this, but you can, when you have to talk in front of people, you can get people to breathe in your rhythmic pattern. You can get people to blink the way you blink. I mean, it's you can control rooms like this. This is the power the individual has. But yes, they don't really, what I'm about to say don't really go together, but meditating, it goes into meditating because again, there are practices you can use in meditating on dealing with people where people will parrot you. You can control the time. You can slow it down. You can speed it up. And I don't mean speed it up by talking fast. I mean, you can actually make the time go faster. You can, I mean, we have that much control, especially when you're in charge of something like that. I don't know what kind of speech or what kind of work, but it's work you do. You can make it do either or. You can slow the time down. But it's interesting to have people breathe like you breathe. Because like you get in front of people and you go, almost everybody will do it too. Now they won't do it exaggerated as you do it, but they'll do it. And then you start creating a blinking pattern and you just kind of exaggerating your blinking. Before you know it, people will use your blinking pattern. And so you got them breathing like you got them blinking like you're in control. And it's kind of a way to hypnotize people, but it's just a way to control the room though. But it's not hard. They're now, so that's what it is, Rocky. They're now doing anal tests in China. Yeah, that's funny showing somebody when they were showing somebody's ass out the car. Somebody sticking their ass out the car. They're like really supposed to anal swab them. Can you imagine how people must hate you? That's your job. Well, what's the job today? We just like touching their heads or sticking the shit in their mouth? No. Today, guys, we're going to have them stick their asses out the window and you kind of got to, plunger their ass. What? What? What kind of gloves do we get that? Like you want one of them sewer gloves for that shit, a glove that go way to here. You got to get near your ass. And like, what happens when you do the swab and the swab come back all shitty? What happens? Like, could this be accurate with all this shit on? You go in there with a clean swab. You come back and look like ice cream cone, some chocolate ice cream. What are we supposed to do with this? You can't stick it back in the cap because you got shit coming over the edges. Oh yeah, that's crazy. So I don't know if they're really doing that, Jeffrey. That shit sounds like some bullshit. If you ever watched the World Economic Forum, advise people to they've been telling their plans for the future. The video ranges, okay. I'm going to find that it's like we sounded like each other when we talk. Yeah. It's like how we sounded like each other when we talk. Yeah. What are deers? I'm missing what deers are. Who said that? But yeah, people definitely sound like each other. Yeah, they'll parrot you. You can have people parrot you. You'll have people like, you get in a group and start doing like this when you talk. Are you talking to somebody and you start doing like that? You can make people start doing like that too. It takes training not to do that. So that's what the dude was doing. Me too. This boxing manager dude kept blinking his eyes in a weird sequence. I just looked at him like he was challenged. Yeah, it's probably the animals are what they. The animal, what are they? The animal, what are they? Deer? I'm still not getting to read my soul. The animal, what are deers? Deers? I said something about animals? The animal, what are they? Animal. I said something about an animal? What animal? Deers? I don't know, I'm still kind of lost. The animals. I didn't say nothing about an animal, did I? I might have been old man. And give me a little more. Give me a little more so I understand your question because I'm not understanding it right now. Oh, gosh. My recording is about to end over here. I've only had it going for 45 minutes. You guys have made this a fun night. All right, to keep recording. That's all right. So my phone line is back on. I forgot to put the information out. So next, when I come on tomorrow night, if people want to call in, experiment. Hopefully I'll get another phone next week and have a little better camera. We'll see. Still, the Galaxy Ultra looks kind of nice, but Galaxies had that focus problem, and the 20s had that focus problem. And I just don't trust them. So I think I'm switching over. Facebook. I'm sorry, I'm South Carolina. We have a lot of deers, and they seem to be something else. Oh, okay. I got you. I see what you're saying. Hey, woke sister, thank you for joining. I'm about to cut off, but thank you for coming in. There we go. Yeah, there we go. What time is it where you are? It is what? Going on 1? I think you are only 2 hours behind me. I think it's going on 1. And I really don't have nothing to do. My daughter's not coming over, waking me up. Yeah, I'm just by myself tomorrow. And it's going to be storming out there, but I love to meditate when it storms. And the full moon and the storm. Matter of fact, it's probably, let me see if it's snowing yet. Nope, not snowing yet. I put my car in the garage. I get tired. It's hard getting that ice off your windshield. When it freezes over and it's on your windshield, you're like a crack, crack, crack. No, I avoided it. 4 a.m. where you are. Yeah, it's going on 3 here. I'm on Central Time. But wholeness to you. Thank you for the kind words. Very nice of you to say. Thank you very much. Oh, I was supposed to go look at get some hoodies and sweatshirts done tomorrow. I have a new guy that can sew and do some needlework for me, but yeah, the weather looks like it's gonna be too nasty, so I don't think I'm gonna get up there because we're gonna look at the found a good deal on making hoodies, good hoodie, and the needlework I want done. So gonna show those hopefully. Well, the needlework takes 4 or 5 days, so don't know how soon. I still want to get up to the crystal shop too to see if anyone is interested in getting crystals. Again, want to do that and haven't made it up there. My son and them thought I was going to take them home to downtown Minneapolis, then shoot to the Mall of America, and then shoot to the crystal shop. Yeah. Once I got in town and had to shoot them on the other side of Minneapolis because they live downtown, I was like, yeah, this is too much traveling. And I got to go back home it takes me about 25, 30 minutes to go back home. Like, yeah, y'all not going to the mall with me. They were mad, dude. You're not taking us to the mall. I'm like, no, I fed you for the last 4 days. Yeah, I'm not taking you to the mall. I dropped them off at the crib. But they got their business done. They called today and got their business done today too. So I'm kind of proud of them, my son and his friend. I blow big stacks. Like Richard Pryor said, the point is there is no point. I rarely have a single topic. I kind of go after a little bit of everything. Share my knowing. Again, I ain't slighting anybody. Just some observations, that's all. Not knocking anybody's work. Just observations. We all men. I ain't no perfect person. You just see, I just got fired. I just got fired, and it was like I didn't even get to finish the job. I was like 40 minutes into the job, and I got not just did I get fired, I got erased. So now you can't even look up on Google 8 Wind Eagle. You can't even look it up. See, you can't even look it up anymore. That must have been a buzzword. but you can't even look it up. It's erased off of Google. Doesn't exist anymore. Before it happened, you'd see a picture of me. Google search Aiden Wendigo, there I am. Now that is even erased. You can't even search that anymore. But that's okay. That is okay because we know it ain't erased permanently. There are Russians that will sell that shit too. I looked into it. The anal test is completely ridiculous, and some people want to do it. Yeah, I wouldn't want that job for an hour. I like. It was like my mother took me when I was a boy. My mother took me to the doctor, and I was young. And I remember him going in my ears, and he pulled out the, you know, how they put the little cone in your ear. He pulled it out. It was just covered with wax. And I know my mother was like, "You little nasty motherfucker, why are you embarrassing me?" I know she was thinking that shit. The doctor, like, they cleaned my ears out. I just remember the look on my mother's face. She's like, "Your little ass take a bath every night, and you don't." So yeah, I wouldn't want to be the anal test guy. That wouldn't be fun. Can you see all the nurses in the nursing room and they telling them, he's like, "Well, you know, we switched this anal test," and the nurses start looking at each other like, who's doing this? Well, that's what the job is today. We're gonna have them put their ass out in the window and you're gonna plop it in. "Mom, I don't want to put my ass out the window, Mom." "Look, put your ass out the window." "Why can't they just stick it in my nose?" That's not how they're doing it now. You just get that ass out the window. "Not gonna do it, Mom." "Put your ass out that window right now, Billy." "No, Mom, I'm not sticking my ass out the window." "If you don't pull those pants down and stick your ass out that window, I'm gonna beat you in this car." "Well, you're gonna have to beat me, Mom, because I'm not sticking my ass. You stick your ass out the window." And then Billy would say, "But Mom, we know why you won't stick your ass out the window. Your ass is too big, it won't fit out the window." "Big old ass, Mom. Your ass won't fit out the window. You stick your big ass out the window." "How about you, Dad? You stick your ass out the window, Dad. I don't see you pulling your pants down, Dad." "Well, I'm not the one getting tested." "Stick your ass out the window, Dad. You want me to stick my..." I'll tell you what. Everybody in the car, stick their ass out the window, and then I'll stick my ass out the window. How's that? Come on, Dad, Mom, sis, stick your asses out. Come on. Get with the sticking the asses out the window, and then I'll do it. Y'all do it, and I'll do it. "Well, I'm not doing it. If you'll do it," and you know the wife, you know how the mom be hitting you like, "Come on, honey, just come on. We need him to do it. He can't go back to school without this test. We need him to do it." You know, she's hitting the husband. The husband's like, "Shit, I'm not sticking my ass out the goddamn window. I don't care what you say. I'm not sticking." "Well, Bobby's not gonna do it until you do it. You stick your big ass that ain't gonna fit out the window." "Your ass won't fit out the window. What you gonna do? Stick it between the pillars and shit? Your ass will be damn near in the back seat." "What, maybe if you try to stick them out of both windows, we'll open both windows and maybe your big ass will fit out both. One cheek out the back window, one cheek out the front. That's the only way you gonna stick your big ass out the window." They also have the test kit dispenser. At Washington State at 3 a.m., they were rushing people to get the test. People wear their hair the nightgowns and shit. Hell no. Hell no. I just couldn't see that. I read an article about how the mask has created more pollution and is ruining the world. Yeah. I mean, I bet everybody that's watching right now would say that they've seen a mask today or the last 2 days just outside. No, here's a better one. How many masks are in your car right now that's just stowed in the car somewhere? You did? That is how much a problem they are. You take a walk or walk your dog, you're going to see masks in the road or you're going to see them on the sidewalks. When you go to the stores, you hear they let their dogs out because there ain't no rent and you can't evict. They just let the dog shit all everywhere. So this is a 2-year-old blue pit bull, lovely, loving dog, would never bother anybody. But they've called the police on her for letting it out like that before. And that's what she just did. She just let the dog out. If y'all heard her. And the dog ain't coming right back. It's cold as hell though. That dog will be back before 2. And then my damn son across the hall got a baby pit bull. And so I'm thinking a baby little dog like this, hell no. That dog was about this damn big ass head. I'm like, there's no way you bringing that and letting him play with my cats. That dog would eat the cats. He was bigger than both my cats combined. And my cats ain't little cats. So yeah, they definitely create more pollution. There is a meme about someone's mom asking for the test in her mouth, and they ask if she had a gag reflex. I saw 3 yesterday, just dirty on the ground again. Yeah, exactly. But everywhere. I was in the Mall of America and saw masks just on the ground where they hadn't cleaned it up. And this is, in the mall where there's constantly people walking around cleaning. I was like, this is some shit. But it was nice being at the mall. Generally, during the week, it's about 35,000 people. Weekends used to be over 100,000 people. You just wanted to be amongst 100,000 people. The Mall of America was the place on the weekends. But all the restaurants was open. Long John Silver, favorite restaurant since I was a little boy. It's only 1 or 2 in the state, and one happens to be out there. So I was walking, getting my walk on, buying my little shit, and I saw the food court open. I was like, hey, there's a Long John Silver's in there. Their fish and shrimp just sounds delicious. And big onion rings. They have the best coleslaw, the best green beans. So I had to have some of that. Had to have it. Couldn't eat the hush puppies. I was so damn full. Glad I walked. I got 7,000 steps in. So it was good. Bubblegum shrimp, which is, the food is okay. Expensive, okay. It's more of a tourist attraction place to eat. But they took out the Cadillac Ranch bar. They took that out, and that was my favorite place to take dates. There was a stage up in there and everything. Now it's called the Cowboy Bar. But the Cadillac Ranch bar was owned by Mick Jagger. Trying to think. A bunch of cats owned it. And it was a place where they would have live music and shit. And they took that out. When stage wasn't there, I was like, well, damn, that was my favorite restaurant up there. The Hooters is one of the few bars that's left on the 4th floor. Used to be it. I tell you, back in the 90s, wasn't nobody partying in Minneapolis. At the clubs, everybody was out to the Mall of America. And then they did the smoke ban, and it killed the club life out there. But at one time, that was the club in place, was being in the mall. Everything here is like, closed at 2. But compared to Detroit, you don't go out. Like you go out in Detroit, you don't leave the house until 1:30. Like, especially if you go to a cabaret, you ain't gonna go to the cabaret till about 2. And you're gonna be up in there till about 7 in the morning. And that's Detroit part. And even though the clubs is like that. You don't go to the club 9, 10, 11. You go to the club like 1 in the morning. The clubs stay open till 6. Chicago has clubs like that as well, but Detroit is known for that. Especially a cabaret. Y'all don't know what cabaret is. This is where you rent the place and then you charge people to come in and, kind of do your own thing. We would have gambling, we'd have rapping, all that. Food, we'd have all of it set up. All of it set up. Get a big old building, bring in DJs. All these rappers from Detroit used to come up in. Want to rap, want to eat, want to drink, free drinks. I get 2 masks every day when I clock in and get scanned for my temperature. Wow. 2 every day, huh? My son has to wear one. I mean, now the custom ones, you can get them where they're a little more pointed, a little easier to breathe, but I wear my half mask. I breathe better and put the oils in them. Eucalyptus is what I was trying to say when I started. I saw 3 yesterday, just dirty. Yep. Have you noticed who Justin Trudeau looks like? Yeah, Fidel Castro. That's his mom was in the 70s. You was there, Jeffrey? Damn. How did you know all that? She was visiting for years so people could understand why the Chinese are in Canada. Interesting. Try to get job. Hooters before. Will it take pay? Well, Hooters is really respectable. more than people think. Until Buffalo Wild Wings came in the area, Hooters had the best wings by far. And then when Buffalo Wild Wings came in, they had a little, they had more variety, and so they took a lot of that business. But yeah, Hooters is I only think we have one Hooters in the area, and that's at the mall. Yeah. And then they closed the Joe's Crab Shack. That wasn't at the mall, but that was my favorite restaurant was Joe's Crab Shack, and they closed the one. We had the Joe Crab Shack here where they had the lynch thing on one of the tables. One of the tables showed a lynching, and they put a funny little tab over it. I don't know if y'all remember that. That was the one where I celebrated my 50th birthday. That same one. It had one of the tables had one of the lynching pictures in it, and it had it was kind of a far away picture of a lynching, and it had a tab over the person in the middle of all of it, and it had some smart shit, and some people went in there and was like, "Hey, this is some foul shit." And they made them take that table out there because it was a table of pictures. The pictures was in the plastic. But I love Joe's Crab Shack. I like Joe's Crab Shack better than I like Red Lobster. And Red Lobster, I go in there and eat. It'd be like I'll be wasting my money. It's like the food is so overpriced. And never Will and Grace always made fun of Red Lobster. They always made fun of it. And we got that fugu. We got that place here, the Brazilian place where you go and you sit down, you make reservations, you sit down and they bring the food around. And so it's food constantly flowing. So you see something you like, you talk to them and they'll give you some of it. It's really cool. It's a cool date, definitely. Or even if just you and your best friends, whatever, it's a cool kind of little atmosphere. Kind of dress nice, and but they bring the food all around you. It's costly, but it's nice. I mean, you get the food is good. And that's the thing I was talking about, the Timberwolves games. You get gourmet food. You sit on the floor, you can get the gourmet food. That's them restaurants. Minneapolis has a lot of culture. But Hooters really read hazmat suit. Saw on his mind. Maybe he does, but he's a puppet. Did you guys notice the American teams in hockey are playing American teams, and teams in Canada are playing the teams in Canada, and all the other sports are copying that. The Toronto team is playing out of Florida. They can't go back and forth across the border. They are actually living where the bubble was, so that has to be tough. You can't even live in your house. NBA going about 5-6 months, and you can't even live in your house. You just got out of the bubble. You was in your house for a month or two, and then you got to turn around and move to Orlando. How are your children going to do that? You'd have to leave your children, but you want your children in another country? You American, and I mean, you had to move your family because your family is not going to be able to go back to the house because the borders are closed. So that's tough. That's really tough. I went to one of them Brazilian restaurants with my family years ago. Yeah, I think it's called Fudu Chow. Yeah, it's good. Yep. I just need to find a good steak place. Oh, man, what is there's a Japanese steak place here too. Hitachi's, but they got really good food. I'll say this, Minneapolis has some good food. It's good food everywhere. Like where the little Chinese restaurant where I get, I like my egg foo young made. Matter of fact, I might go get some. Well, no, I'm not going tomorrow because of the snow. I could have it delivered. There we go. I'll get some delivered, but they make the fluffy kind of egg foo young because egg foo young is made different all across the country. It is, some places make it really flat and big, and some places make it nice and light and fluffy with shrimps, with the big shrimps in them. I know one place here, I only went to them one time. I got egg foo young, shrimp egg foo young. They just gave me like 7 or 8 shrimp. Didn't even put it with the egg foo young. Like, yeah, I'm not coming here again. I don't believe in anything, Jeffrey. You know that, but I think your question is very valid. And man, I wish I had the book. Yeah, that's a good point. 9/11 shook a lot of people's consciousness. It put a ripple through consciousness. It put a ripple through all the communities in the world. It was a world event in a lot of different ways. This guy actually, Jose Aguirre, that wrote this book, it really blew his mind. And he gets into it in his series of books, because this is just one of many, but he gets into it, and it just like I was talking about the first start of our time being 4700 AD, March 15th. It had that same kind of effect on the psyche of everybody. It was something that, see, when ripples come in our reality, there's really no way to get out under it. The idea is so new and so foreign, and it really shakes reality like that. And so it went across the world as, in a way, part of it was to say the weakening of America. I mean, that's what part of the ripple was, is this is not an invincible area. These people can be attacked. And even though their own people created the attack, but it gave the idea that the country could be attacked. Do you understand that kind of thing? That the idea that this country was finally vulnerable, even though we outspend every country in the world by triple, we have the biggest standing army by a great number. You can say all you want about China, their army ain't nearly as big as ours. Not when you go by tanks, ships. All they can say is manpower, but they can't say everything else. And it's not me being American. It's just look at what they got compared to what we got. That is why, if they ever tried to say they defeated our army in the Pacific and the Japanese were invading the West Coast, or Chinese, it would be the man in the high castle, them allowing it. If America went down, it would be allowed. You could see that if they wanted to do a communist takeover, they would try to put it in other people. They would try to say another people came over, when in fact the communists would be here already. And that's kind of what we have now. Again, liberalism is communism. It is part of communism. It's like socialism is a part of communism. That's why when they say, well, we're socialists but not communists, that's a lie. You would be a communist as well, because it's liberalism, socialism is an arm. So you have communism, then you have two arms coming out. Liberalism, socialism, you have a bunch of stuff that you can tie that into. But see, Gregory Jeffrey's point is really valid, because what it did, yes, it was like a chain reaction. Yeah, it was like a chain reaction. That is why how they pushed over the Patriot Act when half the people weren't there. You have to look at the pushing of the Patriot Act with the same way they pushed the Federal Reserve Bank, almost identical circumstances. The difference of being there was no panic when they did it, when they gave the federal bank, but it was nobody there. That's the thing. Everybody was on vacation already. So there's very few people voted on it. And the 9/11 was the same. The Patriot Act was the same way. It wasn't the full everybody. It was they had enough there to push it through. And things that you wouldn't think. Again, a warrant. When I was a police officer, it was a game. If a person made it to his house, he was pretty much scot-free. We would have to go back and get a search warrant to get the person out the house. When I was a police officer in 89 through 91, that is what the laws was. So if a person made it in his house, I would have to go back and get a search warrant. I would have to get a judge to sign it. I'd have to send it to a judge or a magistrate, tell them the circumstances. Now, this don't necessarily mean it's somebody watching the person in the house. Do you understand? I wouldn't necessarily have somebody. I would just say that's where he went. Now, if the person of good was dangerous enough, of course, eyes would stay on the house. But if it's just somebody who had some kind of driving warrant or child support warrant, you see, that changed with the Patriot Act. Patriot Act meant you didn't have to have a search warrant to kick in doors. And that's one thing that affected, common people. They could kick in your door for having a child support warrant, which is a misdemeanor. They can kick your doors in for misdemeanors. You understand? And I remember my father's attitude, with all this goes. My first, um, he said that he wasn't a terrorist, but I'm like, that's not the point. It's not the point that you are not a terrorist. The point is these liberties are going away. And again, as people get over, they get more conservative. So I understood where he was coming from, but it was like that's not the point. The point is liberties are being taken away, and because these liberties are taken away, you should be worried. It's funny that these cameras, like I'm really light in this picture. In this picture, I'm more vivid. Why? How is that? It's like my colors don't even look the same. That's why the Patriot Act took our rights. Yeah, not dudes in the cave. Exactly. I can name every big major event that changed humanity, certain junctions and situations. March 15th, the new normal, the new time started after Rona. Beware of the eyes of March. There you go. It's a good point. Read my soul. It's like a bench warrant was. They want to free the prison labor. They want free prison laborers. Absolutely. What is the best shotgun in your opinion, Mossberg or Remington? You're going to pay more for the Mossberg or Bellini, I think they're called. You're going to pay more for those. Remington, you're going to get a little cheaper. But right now, everything is high. Man, everything's high. You're going to pay a little more. Arms list. Gosh, I wonder if it's back up yet. I don't even know if arms list is back up. They wasn't taking applications with people. Let's see if arms list is back up. But yeah, Remington's going to be cheaper. The Mossbergs ain't that bad, especially 12 gauge. About the same. I would say spend a little more. Just depends. You can get a cheap. It just depends if you get a cheap pump. Yeah, we are experiencing high volume emails at this time. Please be patient. Oh, so yeah, you can still. It's still going on. Arms list is still up. I just think people, if you ain't signed up, you got to pay money now. I think $5 or $6. But sometimes people list guns. Well, depending on your state. This state, we don't need permit to buy guns. So, like this person right here, he has a 357 Ruger, same body frame as my 38, but he put his phone number in here, and he wants $700. Rugers tend to be that much for that nickel plated. Shotguns. Let me see. I'll look up shotguns for you, and just I'll give you some ideas of these prices. But like ammo is high. The best ammo really is to buy it in bulk right now because shit, if you buy it just like a box of 50, not a good way to buy it. But it's better than nothing. But if you can pay that $400 to get you a whole big can, that's the best way to go, especially if you got a AR. Let me see, is this bring? Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah, I ain't been having gun fever lately. And you watch. What is this? Let me put it in the search. Oh, didn't put the right. I put in rifles. I'm so used to putting in rifles. Okay, here we go. This is a new. It's called. What is the name of this? This one's called by Stevens. It's a 12 gauge pump with a short barrel. So no price. Okay, I think he wants 1,300 for it. Here we go. This one is a Weatherby. This is 20 gauge for $500. This is a Escort 12 gauge for $700. So depending what you look for, like this pump right here is called Bat Spin Black Aces Pro Series, and this is more of a sporty type of pump, $550. This is a Mossberg. No, this is the Stevens. Now I guess I could put that name in here. So like $700-800, you should be able to get a good 12 gauge. A Balanini, I think that's going to cost you probably 1,500 to $2,000. So just depending on what you're looking for, you can get just a good, like you ain't got to go with them brand names. If you just want a pump shotgun, you can get a pump shotgun for 200-300 too. So go to the store and look it up. Look it up, just depending on, how much you want to spend. So both of those, I say the Remington's going to be cheaper than Mossbergs, though. I'll say that. So it's just, but it's all kind of, you ain't got to go with just them names. It's a bunch of them. Yeah, it is a good time to be a warrior spirit for everybody. You have to be a warrior right now. You can't be a target. You can't ever look like a target. What caliber for prepping? I like the 38 special because you still have to consider your shooting lanes, travel of bullet, a gun like that. And because unfortunately, a lot of things if things go off, it's going to be in close quarters. Now, will you still be responsible if it's some kind of uprising for your bullets? I would still say possibly yes. So with that consideration, with close quarter fighting, you want something that ain't gonna, penetrate deeply. I like 9mm because you can get cheap ones that will travel fast and penetrate through damn near anything. The problem is it's gonna might hit, a couple houses down. But as a bullet that you can really make travel, it's a great bullet. You can get the cheap ones. 115 grade is a fast try. They call them target bullets, but that bullet's going to travel fast and damn near through everything. Everything in your house, pretty much, that bullet will go through. And the key to home defense is you want something you can shoot through walls. And cheap 9mm 115 grain bullets will shoot through anything in your house. Now, the way things are today, you don't want something that overpenetrates. I'm just saying in a uprising situation, they're a great bullet because they will penetrate anything. Close quarter fighting, you don't want overpenetration. A shotgun is good because, again, it'll shoot through floors and walls. Now, a lot of people say that 40 calibers, 357s for a semi-auto are going to be harder to find ammo. It's more 9mm ammo available. I carried 40s when they first came out. What was that, 20, 30 years ago? I was one of the first. That was my secondary gun, is I carried a 40. Matter of fact, before Black Talons, I don't even know if it was the company then. We was getting Black Talon ammo that would go through vests. It's that ammo, a couple of years after that, only cops could have that kind of ammo. So 9mm is just going to be easier. It's the same with the 223s. You want to look at the thing of getting parts. I stay away from SKSs. I just don't think they're as reliable. Getting the parts. AKs, the parts are available, but again, that's the thing is ARs. There's just so many parts available. It's not going to be expensive for you to get another barrel, for you to have, the insides, the springs. It's cheaper to get those parts as an AR. They're more readily available. But not to say you can't do the AKs like that, but there's more ARs in America than AKs. And therefore there's more secondary parts. That's the thing. Like most people don't understand is shooting a long gun. Like I have 30 round mags. Some of my mags are 30 rounds. Do you know what your gun looks like? A long gun looks like after 30 rounds? You might start having failures because that damn thing gets hot. And so just doing 30 rounds, I mean, your shit is smoking, whereas handguns won't smoke. They can take that, but rifles really can't. And the lesser your barrels are on AR, the cheaper your barrel is, the lesser that could take. So it's always good to have a couple barrels and internal parts. That's always a good kind of policy in case something breaks. And the good thing is you fight, they're going to be them kind of guns. They're going to be more ARs if a fight starts out. More people are going to have those kind, and the ammunition too. Maximum 9mm. Tell me the RoboCop isn't mad. So I like nines just because their availability. I like the 223s just because their availability. Again, they are defensive guns. That what is the 308 Winchester that you can get as a long range weapon? That's an offensive gun that you can shoot from half mile away. That's a nasty thing. Them bullets is like big as your finger, and that is a nice offensive weapon to have as a sniper rifle. That's an offensive weapon. ARs, AKs, handguns are defensive weapons. And a lot of people don't think on, you want those long range white rifles to be offensive. Because again, that's the way of things are becoming is hitting someone from a long way away. I told before, it's a dude, the world record is 4 miles away. Somebody shot a target from 4 miles away. I think the longest sniper kill is over 2 miles. I think in a war, something like 2 miles away. And remember, the American sniper dude, he was like not quite miles, but he wasn't next door to people and killed 200 people. Some people call that mass murder. Confirmed killing 200 people. Isn't that mass murder? But I'm just saying the technology is there to shoot you from 4 miles away. And I ain't talking about no damn drone. Well, of course, you'd have to have spotters like that guy and everything, and the change of windage so when you actually pull it off. But I'm just saying there's weapons out there that can do that to you from that far away. And that's a part that people don't think of. It's offensive weapons. We're so defensive weapon thinking. Whereas you get them ones that can shoot from them deep ranges. That's why I watch those kind of guys and practice that kind of stuff. Because a rifle is not an easy shooting. Not like just shooting a 12 gauge. You can get a 12 gauge with a spray. But a rifle takes a skill. We talking about bolt action. That's a skill. Well, you say the breathing, everything. That's a skill. What is a better rifle to me? I've been looking at so many, and you get into price. I was really wanting to get, trying to think, I can't think of the brand name, but I was really looking into getting the 308 Winchester because that's a nasty round. But it was another gun. It shot like a 50 caliber type. And then the brand, I'm not sure, but that's, you get those kind of rifles that can shoot those 50 calibers, but you're going to spend too. So I'd have to do a little research to remember names. I don't remember names offhand. I have a Springfield XDS 9mm dual trigger, easy grip. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I love SIGs. I'm a SIG person. I love SIGs. And then the Rugers. I've got some 38 Rugers. I've got a couple old Smiths too, 4505s, the first 40 caliber. Matter of fact, the gun I carried when I was a cop last was I think it was a 4505 Smith. And I remember I got the whole grips made. And this Smith, they made that Smith, that 45 frame, they made that one to be like the SIGs to put the decocker in. You rack it in and the hammer's back, so you decock it. SIG was one of the first to bring that in. And but the gun was so new that there wasn't a grip for it. So the guy kind of he left some of the gun kind of naked, but again, it fit and it made the gun shoot better. But I just remember I remember having that gun and how some of that gun was some of the inside was showing because the dude, he was like, well, this doesn't fit, but I can help you and it'll definitely shoot better. And I was like, show me what you'll do, what you got in mind. He sketched it out and he said, okay, well, he showed me on the gun. He said, but the holster wear and everything wouldn't bother it. And I always carried like a double break holster too. And that took practice to break two, to do it fastly, to break two. because you just can't buy some shit like that and not practice, you know. And it took 2 breaks. You know, you had to double break it and then pull it out, and you just got to do that shit a million times. So it becomes muscle memory. So yeah, hit me up, Jeffrey, and I'll look something up for you. Say New York. I know New Jersey, New York. Yep. That's why at 15 years old, I moved to South Carolina. It's a prison, and the residents are the guards. There shows an anime that shows that pretty much. How could a person begin to set their mind up for possible having SWAT or military operations like Chinese? How can average Joe prepare for that type of soldier? Well, this is the thing: is Red Dawn. Both Red Dawns kind of show you that. Where if they did try to invade like paratroopers, you would have an opportunity to shoot at them. I mean, it's like once the first start landing and they starting to want to, you know, doing the Cambodian style, rounding people up. Unless they come in with tanks and shit, if they come in like Red Dawn showed, there would be some vulnerability there. Just because I think Yosef, I agree with what Yosef said, is one reason why they haven't come on American soil is because so many people are armed, and it would almost be like everybody would be a Smith with a gun. I mean, there's that many guns in America. We have the most guns in the world. So, you know, they would take casualties just because so many people have guns. That's why they're scared of states like Texas. That's why they want to take the guns away. Because believe me, if they do gun control and take the guns away from people, the next thing is to be invaded, or the government forces, you know. And they're stuck by the Constitution. See, that's the thing, is that, and they want to change the Constitution every chance they get. They want to try to change it. And actually, we are supposed to have full militias, not just the federal army. We're supposed to have state militias, but they give you the guard in place of a militia. It is supposed to be a non-professional army, not just an army under the state. The people are supposed to be the army as well. The people are supposed to be army. And they've changed those laws again to suppress brothers all over the country and stuff. They want to change a lot of that, but that is the way it's looked at, and that's the way it's been practiced at some of the time, especially, you know, for the elites. And I just wondered, did I get fired because of the legality of troops being there, especially state troops representing and protecting the capital? It appears illegal on the surface. Both National Guard units are for the people there. They are not part of the states. Now the states can call up reserves. That's what the federals have, is reserves. But I looked at how long it took for them to bring them reserves here. It wasn't no quick thing. It wasn't no quick thing to bring all the reserves here. So it makes you see how thin the military is, because there's troops still everywhere. Trump was starting to bring troops back. Matter of fact, I think he took most of the troops, if not all the troops, out of Afghanistan. But there's still a lot around the world. 30-some thousand troops in Korea still. Germany, still a lot of troops in Europe. Matter of fact, one thing Trump did do is they sent new units to Europe. He did that sometime in 19 or 20. He sent more troops, like a mass number of more troops in Europe. So that's what they faced in Vietnam. That's why they did the fake Kent State shooting. Now, they did kill people at A&T, and they did kill people at South Carolina State. That's a fact. But Kent State was a psyop. It was a psyop because, again, they had lost the campuses. I remember in my town in Kalamazoo, which was a college town, I remember watching the riots where the people went to the street and was fighting the shit out of the police. I mean, fighting the shit out of the police almost nonstop. So they set up Kent State to put a shock and scare everybody. They're killing the students to scare people because, again, they did not have the troops to quell if they tried to take the country over. They were so stretched so thin. So they had to do psyops to stop the people. I know a lot of you don't remember the war movement. The war movement was a powerful movement. It was like George Floyd every day for years. I mean, one thing that happened is when people soured and saw King was a phony, a lot of the liberals that followed King went right into the war movement. You know, they saw the phoniness of King, And so they started backing the war movement. And then the thing that they hated was when the first soldiers started coming back from rotation. Again, Vietnam was only a year serving. And so you guys got constantly coming back. And all these dudes are saying, hey, this shit's foul over there. That's why they got John Kerry to belittle the troops. You know, how you got this skull and bones speaking for the common troops. It's no way. But it was setting the stage up for Kerry's political career. But this is the problem they faced. You had people telling them what was really going on over there, that they really wasn't trying to win. And so if there was ever a time where this country was going to fall, it was probably what we saw in Floyd in that time in Vietnam, or during Vietnam. I mean, really it got to fever pitch where people were in the streets, especially young people, the baby boomers. And again, remember, they tried to thin the numbers of the baby boomers by Vietnam. That was definitely part of it, was trying to kill. And they killed 50,000 baby boomers. Now, I'm not saying there weren't people from the great generation, which is my mother's generation, before the baby boomers. But if you just looked at it, why they were trying to kill the numbers of baby boomers? No doubt. No doubt. They were trying to thin the numbers out. And yes, they made a lot of money. But if you looked at the human toll, they were trying to thin people out. There was no reason for the war other than the heroin. No justification for 50,000 people dying in Vietnam. It's more now because people died from Vietnam-related things, so the number goes up. So the SEAL teams and Delta team wearing the mask in our Red Dawn. The Wolverines, there you go. Can you stop a tank and just blow up the treads? There you go. IEDs. I believe certain states just bomb and nuke them. They do invade us, and they're going to go to LA or NYC. You know, that is all the setup. It's all the big bases are in the South. Well, this is, and I'm the only person that talks about this, the main weakness that they gave China, the Clintons did. And the Clintons sold the Deepwater port. In fact, I forgot all this research. Matter of fact, China owns not only the Deepwater port in San Jose, they own another major port that has the only crane. They own another port on the West Coast that has a crane. And if the Chinese refuse to let Americans use it, it backs up the shipping in that area. Because I thought the Deepwater port in San Jose was the only one. And the danger of the San Jose port is it's connected to almost all our rail systems. So you can't tell me they didn't have that in mind of being invaded. Again, it's going to be the man in the high tower, which again, I know they started tripping out, but I'm saying the idea of a lie, who won the war? It would be, this is what they want, is the only way. They would fake that they lost the Pacific Fleet. They would fake that some of the aircraft wasn't effective anymore. The drones weren't effective. They'd fake all that, or say, what is it, IED? Or no. The thing that would kill all the electricity. I mean, they would fake all that shit and then blame them troops because they know our troops wouldn't kill us. So they would want to bring other people that didn't care. And I say this, you know, given the fighting spirit of the Chinese and our fighting spirit, I think we could fight them. So the state they fear most is Texas. They've gun controlled California. I mean, hell, most of California can only have 10-round mags. That's World War II shit. So, yeah. I believe certain states definitely was. Wait till Battlefield 6. You invade us. Are U.S. troops in Mexico? I think they are. They work with the Drug Task Force. I think Kent State was a PSYOP. I definitely do. Yep. 4 people killed. Yep. I think it was a PSYOP. Watching Romeo Must Die. They talk about the blacks helping Asians getting ports. Good one. I forgot about that. Yeah. Interesting. I forgot about that too. But yeah, the Clintons did that. And But again, that they own a crane, you know, that they own one of the ports, and it's in I don't know if it's in LA County, I can't remember, but I was surprised to see that they own one of the. I don't think they own they own the part of the port that has the crane in it, and so a lot of U.S. tankers couldn't unload their stuff, and I found that interesting. And we know the UN troops have been, you know, doing maneuvers under UN in Canada, down in Mexico. Now they're not coming over now. So, and that's another thing is when you talk about integration, it's like, are they anal testing the people that are coming across the border? The 11 million people he wants to come in. Jobs is already tight. Jobs is already tight. Housing is already tight. And you want to let 11 million more people come in? Are they anal swabbing them? Do they come in mask? Are they being tested? I mean, it can't be real, and you're about to let 11 million people be part of the system. It can't be real. You wouldn't take that health risk. Now, so we'll see. We'll see. I just looked it up. That port cost $2 million to build too. They were forcing Black folks to sell their ports. Truth in plain sight. 28 March. Feel like my generation so lost. Who? We had a chance to really change things, but social media is fooling us. I noticed today, I think they opened the movie theaters up here. I think they did. I saw people around it. And I mean, movies is cool. Movies are still cool. It's like I said before, when I had my house and we had our home theater, didn't use the shit. I even had cable in the shit, you know, where I could watch games. We didn't use the shit. It was just a waste of space. I mean, it sounded good when we first got it and the sound was great. But after a while, it was like we would sit in the living room. We would never go in there. My son would go in there and take a nap. He'd turn a movie on and take a nap. Had the shit blasted and go in there and take a nap. We just didn't use the damn thing. And I'm a movie guy, but it was just like wherever I move next and get another house, I definitely wouldn't waste the space on a movie room because it just do your regular room. You don't need a movie room because you won't use it. It's a waste of space. Waste of space. We had a chance to really change. Yeah, I think they're starting to open up. We'll see. They took a hit too yesterday. Part of their price, they were gouging. But that's cool. You know, we had a bunch of nerds, like this guy called. We had a bunch of nerds that went after their ass financially. And that's a good thing. They're always trying to stick it to us. But we made them show who they were, that the rules don't apply to everybody. Even on Wall Street, they got exposed. That's why I showed that video. The brother, he said it. He's like, this is foul. The rules don't apply to everybody. You shut the people down because they made a power move on something y'all was trying to destroy so you could buy it short? Because that's what they was really trying to do. They was trying to drive GameStop down, and they was trying to drive AMC down so they could buy it short. So you drive it down, and then when everybody sell it, then you try to buy it back up. That's the move they was trying to make. And the nerds stopped their asses. Nerds like, we're going to keep our lot of nerds like GameStop. And then Robinhood stepped in. And other company, wasn't just Robinhood, other companies stopped the trading. But let the hedge fund people keep trading, but stop those nerds from trading or using that site. And that's supposed to be illegal. That's supposed to be illegal. Well, guys, like Patti LaBelle says, I can't do no more. But I wanted to get in practice to get another 3 hours in. And maybe tomorrow night I might take some calls. Revenge of the Nerds. Everything is exposed. It is. All is revealed. That is something you guys got to understand. Everything is revealed. That is my thing about religion, is all of it is revealed. There's nothing hidden. You just have to search. And that was my only knock, on the young brother I heard earlier, is you can't talk about you saw movies, to talk about these things. You have to study all of it. You can't say that you give references to a movie. That means that's very little knowing. That shows you didn't know hardly any of it. You only knew a small part, and again, a skewed small part. You got to study it all. Not to saying that some of what he was saying wasn't true, because a lot of it was true, but some of his references were kind of shallow. It wasn't telling the whole story. And again, the references to God saying that Jesus should work, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It takes away from your magic. We are magical people. We are very magical people, especially the Americans. And your family's always been in America, or your family's been in America for 200-300 years. However it's been, there's a magic here in America. That's a natural rhythm that you can use. And that's what you got to remember is America is the magical lands. I mean, maybe they destroyed all our mounds, but still the energy's still there. I mean, the thing about ley lines and fractal lines is it ain't just for them. You can use it too. That's why I talk about the quantum, is you should be able to apply this. If they say this stuff, okay, just like black holes and shit, they say that shit exists. Well, damn, you can go look to see if you can do magic with it. Because maybe when you close your eyes, that's what the hell you'll see. You'll go right into the asteroids of a damn black hole. And you can see for yourself. That's my point about these sciences. Is they say it exists and we can do it too. It ain't just for them. We don't need planes to go through what they call space or to go through these planets. You don't need no damn machine. The me or the my, it needs something. It got brought here in a machine. If it goes back out to space and wants to leave this planet, it has to have a machine. And that's the difference between artificial intelligence and us. We think about a planet, we have a relationship with a planet, and then we go. Now you talk about high science, or that ain't the words I want to use, but high technology is not needing your body. Dan Winters laughs about that shit when he talks about the Anunnakis having to blow up shit through the asteroid belt. That's what they tell you. They couldn't just go through it because, again, a machine. That's what they tell you. They needed machines. The AI needs a machine to transport it around. And the fight is, we need to become time crystals before it does. Our spirituality is what we have over it. That is what all the shots and shit for, all the TV programming. It's to cloud and block all that shit. They want to strip that away from you. And your humanity, let's be honest. A lot of the video games get into stripping your humanity. You play the video games because you become unhumane. I mean, what do you think the killing games are? You're killing something. It gives you that cycle of it's okay to mass kill because it's a competition. Makes you numb to killing. Killing it's okay. But I say, we are energy fragments. This kind of stuff here, you see how it's the middle, inner earth, your wave harmonic, inner earth, wave harmonic, you see? Travel, through space-time, the mantra, wave harmonic. We take all that. We take all that. All these possibilities of the Americas. Now, no, I can't say that my bloodline goes to the omen. I don't know how all this information woke up in me. I really don't. But I'll say this, because my people go so far back in this land, and when my great grandfather sold some of our land so people could play the sacred ball game, that paved the way for me to be the keeper of the sacred ball game because of that gesture right there that my great grandfather did. It showed me how important the continuous game is. And being more of the hero twins instead of Cain and Abel. The Super Bowl is Cain and Abel. This presidential election, the presidential election, excuse me, it's Cain and Abel. But we have to change our mind to be the hero twins. We work together to fight the wrongs, to fight the negative. Crazy Sarge, I'm sorry. I know the negative ain't bad all the time. I'll take that back. I guess that was the wrong word to use. It wasn't really negative. Sometimes you want to use the negative. But wickedness, I guess, is what the word I was looking for, the wickedness. Not necessarily negative, wickedness. And that's just the mindset we need to have. We're not going to be able to beat this thing physically, no. But with no fear of death, that's how we beat it. I mean, Star Wars gave you the energy. Almost everybody watching probably saw it. You kill me, I'm going to be stronger. Because actually, this is my weakest self. I am not scared of your death. That doesn't scare me. I mean, King said it, yes, everybody wants to live forever. But if that fear of dying is all you can throw at me, even trying to fear me with relatives, because that's another thing it tries to do, fear you with relatives. You even have to get over that and say, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do that makes me fear death. And I don't care who dies. You are not going to make me fear it because it's not the end. It's the end of fucking with y'all. It's the end of being part of this me or my illusion. But that's it. And what they say, go to your proper place, be in your proper person. That's what death can do to you. Not this illusionary person. Like we was talking about the food when I first started talking. It don't even matter about the food. That shit don't even matter. It is all so fake that it don't matter what you eat. It's all the same shit. You can go to Whole Foods. It don't matter where you go. It's the same shit. All of it. Now, if you have your own land and you growing it, the seeds are still fucked up. The seeds are fucked up, but the food is better than some of the other food. I will agree, but the seeds are fucked up. That's the problem. They control the seeds now, and the seeds are fucked up, and they put some shit in the seeds that ain't good for us. That's the problem. We're getting the seeds from them now, instead of just organic seeds being passed around, sold. No, they put a monopoly on the seeds. This setup is good. I got my leg where my leg don't hurt. I didn't bring my pills out. Yeah, got the back support, got the extra butt cushion. Time crystals, infinite we are. You said you was done. True Mortal Kombat, change the game. What book is that? Sorry, Rocky. What book? Oh, this is The Mind Factor. I show this book every day by Jose Aguirre. Again, he dies in 12, so keep that in mind about his information. But yeah, I could do a whole show just on his shit. When you sit outside in a nightgown and a robe at 3 a.m. for a vaccine, you're not a drug addict. That's a good one. That's funny. I read that they thought the freezer stopped, but everything was fine. Yeah, make Monsanto. Yep. Clone weed. Yep. Clone people and clone reality. A lot of that's what it is. It really is. Yeah, it really is. Like, it's interesting when people get to talking about shadow work. How do I want to put this? I don't want to sound simplistic, but a lot of shadow work, you're not dealing with shit here. I mean, there's a Let me see. How do I want to say this to convey what I mean? That work, be it, could be. How do I want to say this? Okay, I want to start from a baseline. So if you start from a baseline of just astro and you did want to deal with the shadow work, it is a different part of the astro. I guess that is what I'm trying to say, to try to have a baseline to try to deal with that kind of energy. It's different. It's different. But to just understand, for a person that really don't dabble, just to give you a base understanding on what kind of how to look at it dimensionally. That's a baseline of how to deal with that. It's a different part. It's a different part of it, but you could still use the baseline of your understanding of what the astro would be. But my point is, in that kind of work, the illusion becomes even clearer. Because it's not all negative. A lot of people look at shadow work as type of negative. It's not all negative. I think Sly was saying you want to keep some, and I said negative, but you want to keep some ass kicking energy too. But that is another way to, that exists, shows you that the illusionary of this, because even by their science, that shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist. And it's not talked about. It's not talked about a lot. That is why I'm even not going to be wordy, I guess is what I'm trying to convey about it. But that in itself, that it exists, shows you, why would this thing need that? Do you understand? That's my point. Why would this reality need a chateau reality? Is my point. Why? Because it knows it exists. And this thing, the me or the mind, wants its hand in everything. It wants its hand in every spiritual system. But if this shit was real, why would they need that to exist? And why does it exist? That's my point. Yeah, at multiple personalities. praise the Most High or High Fathers. I think this reality is negative to prove we can still make it through no matter what it is. I'm like, witness this. Well, it's like getting into the prism or the prison planet, and that's Dr. Valentine's early work. Yeah, it's a lot of that. It is. Aspects of this is that. It is the how did he say it? It's like the toilet bowl world. It's like, why would a pure being want to come to this? I was a little disappointed in American Gods that they didn't really show the true divine feminine when it started porn. I think it really would have been a much interesting story than just saying that the Divine Mother just, she does the opposite to kill you. You got to go through her coochie to kill you, which is it's insult to the divine feminine. But I just thought it would have been a good storyline to show how the divine feminine used the techno world to pass back its sexuality. And then the divine feminine, once she did not realize that the porn was going to be what it is now. But at first, it was behind that. It was definitely, the divine feminine was definitely behind the porn. Because again, people raved that you could have this free sex looking stuff in your house. You didn't have to go to little quarter shops. When I was a teenager, I was big enough, so we got to go to the sex shops and they had the little rooms. And back then I didn't know what the hell the paper towels were for. I just noticed that the trash can was full of them and there was a paper pile. And sit there and pop the machine with quarters and shit. And you could see all kind of bullshit, bestiality, all that shit. But at first, she was with that because it was the divine feminine was being praised because of this freedom of being able to have this sex stuff in your crib. But it turned into something that she couldn't turn it off once it was turned on. And I think Balmer said it is when you talk about the true divine feminine, the twerking. Oh, I'm the only one that tells you if you want to see a gould, if you want to see a goddess, she's in the movie Wastat. The breakdown song, Rufus Thomas, the breakdown, the girl in the little red mini dress is the divine feminine. She has come down and took that woman's body, Czar like, but that's her. That is the divine feminine on earth. That's all you got to watch breakdown when he does the breakdown, not the funky chicken, the breakdown. They show a young lady that danced on Soul Train, but for that about minute that they show her, that is a god standing there. That is the goddess. That is the divine feminine, because that's how it is. It likes to show off as well. It likes to be sexy, twerk, and all that shit. It comes from that. When I do my prayers, and one of the divine feminine is a giant head, and it's like I usually just give it a kiss, but it's some days that it wants to rub up against me, and I'm like, no, I got to move through. I got other gods to say hello to, but it's all that every day. It's all that. It's that. That comes right off that, and I give thanks to this energy every day. But some days it's that. It's like, yeah, let's. Oh, okay. It is that. Some days it is that. So if you want to see a real live goddess, watch that few minutes of Rufus. Well, it ain't short. Her part is short, but that's a living goddess, because they like to show off too. And when there's and just the Wastat movie overall, they do the ghost dance. The funky chicken is nothing but a revision of the ghost dance. I don't think people realize that. That video of Rufus Thomas. If you want to know what really saved the melanated people, was that event there. Woodstock did it somewhat, saved everybody somewhat. The music in Woodstock somewhat. That's why they stopped Jimi Hendrix from playing. It would have opened up a lot more minds. So they stopped him, and he didn't get to play against 500,000 people there. He didn't play till the next morning. Most people were gone. He played against like 30, 40,000 people. Where Sly Stone played against 500,000. Now, Jimmy later played against 1 million people in Atlanta, which they hid the film for 30 years, or almost 40, 50 years. They hid the film. I didn't even know that exists. I'm a Jimi Hendrix student. I had never heard of the Atlanta shit until 15 when they released it. But that dance there doing the funky chicken saved us in a lot of ways. It did the ghost dance. Now, again, that kind of thing don't last forever. That's why I always try to get people on the day out of time. We have one in March and we have one in May. That is one of the things that we could do together is move together in those ways. I mean, TikTok imitates that in some ways. If we could synchronistically move together. And this is the thing. It's like even me trying to say, everybody, let's meditate at one time. That's opening up a lot of avenues. You know, it's not going to be pure. And that's the problem. Because there's so many ways it could be corrupted. I mean, even when the awakened one, and this is, I never meant it harmful, but we would have prayer groups, and I found myself invading the other people, and it was like I didn't have permission to do that, but it's like because I saw myself doing it, and I'm like, yeah. And I asked her, I said, did anybody say they were seeing me or they saw energy come in? She said nobody complained. I'm like, well, I'm complaining because I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have invaded because it really wasn't my intention to invade, but I just found myself doing that. And this wasn't even with any negative influence on it. It was just like this channel is open. You know, we're all concentrating and we're trying to manifest for each other. But what happens is the channel becomes open. And that's why I even now I was like, I got to kind of hold back myself because I just don't want to be invaded. They should have their clear space to do their manifesting. But I'm saying even though I can fall to that kind of thing, others that are a lot stronger could as well. So that's kind of the problem with that kind of thing. You kind of want everybody, what is this? You want everybody kind of on the same level. Dry skin. Well, I think I am going to close it now. Thank you, everyone. As you know, I always end with Isham. And Isham, oh my goodness, I've been listening to his stuff. I forget. The Great Malingo is the only song I like by the ICP. But Nadas, I love the Nadas, Isham, you see all them, all that is just hard-hitting Detroit music. ICP, but I don't like a lot of their stuff. But the Great Malingo, I do. That is their best song to me, the Great Malingo. Because I remember I got the CD and I liked the Great Malingo. I didn't like the rest of it. I remember I sold the CD and I got almost what I paid for it. I was like, damn, y'all like some ICP. I only like Great Malingo. I don't really like the rest of their stuff. But the producer that produces Isham and produces Nadas produced them too. So I like that sound. So it goes like, I'm not a New York rapper or LA gangbanger. I'm just an old school Detroit crack slinger. I love that poem. This has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am playing the part of 8 Wind is Timeless. I am also 8 Wind Eagle. I am also the Time Lord. And I'm also just a regular dude and a friend and a dad. Till we meet again, thank you, everyone.